Vaya que sí está todo prendido. Muy buenos días a todos ustedes. Espero estén teniendo una excelente mañana, no como mi mujer que le estoy despertando todavía 15 minutos antes de lo que debería ser. Son las 6:15 de la mañana aquí en Los Ángeles. Feliz lunes, feliz inicio de semana para todos ustedes. Hay demasiado de qué platicar. Esto obviamente es el principio de un episodio del Casino del Tío Salo con todos ustedes. Quiero hacer un análisis detallado en todo lo que son tarifas y todo esto para poder hacer un breakdown de lo que hemos visto antes. Pero simplemente quiero platicar de lo que estamos viendo, señores, lo que estamos viviendo, porque yo creo que si sigues este canal y también es difícil, obviamente, todo esto carga mucha polarización en toda la comunidad y en todos los países, ¿no? Porque todo el mundo tiene un equipo, todo el mundo tiene ciertos, ¿cómo se dice? Tienes una relación con tu gente, con país, tienes una relación con diferentes cosas. Entonces, no vengo acá a decirle a todo el mundo, tú estás bien, tú estás mal, porque nadie está bien y nadie está mal. Todos tienen el derecho a pensar lo que sea. Lo que no quiero es que todos caigan en la misma polarización estúpida que hemos estado viviendo en los últimos años porque es parte del juego. Eso es lo que quiero, es lo único que quiero. Además de eso, darles las oportunidades que se van a venir, porque creo que ya sabemos qué está haciendo Trump. Creo que es bastante claro y que está enfrente de todos nosotros. Quiero empezar con esto. En los años 1980, Estados Unidos, junto con todos nuestros aliados, creamos la idea de todo lo que fue el programa para detener el cambio climático. Este programa para detener el cambio climático, ahora, una vez más, solamente búscalo. Estoy siguiendo al dinero. Si tú piensas una cosa, pienso otra. Está bien, podemos estar en desacuerdo de cosas, pero esta es la realidad del dinero. Es lo único de lo que voy a hablar acá. En los 80 empezamos a obsesionarnos con lo del cambio climático. Nos juntamos todos. Hay videos hasta de Biden en 1985 hablando del cambio climático, ¿no? Casi en blanco y negro. Y todavía podía hablar bien el señor. Eso es lo más duro de todo. Y en esa junta, básicamente lo que hizo Estados Unidos y lo que hicieron todos los socios comerciales de Estados Unidos fue, vamos a juntarnos a imprimir 50 trillones de dólares a través de todo este tiempo para detener al cambio climático. Una vez que empezamos a hacer eso, tuvimos una deconstrucción de nuestra realidad. ¿Y a qué me refiero? Todo el mundo en ese entonces usábamos mucho más energía nuclear, usábamos más cosas que eran mucho más eficientes para el crecimiento de otras naciones. Y lo que efectivamente logramos con eso fue, uno, detener crecimiento de otro tipo de naciones, porque lo que queríamos es, hey, no puedes contaminar, brother. ¿Quieres empezar a contaminar? Tienes que construir todos estos panelitos solares y todas estas tonterías que tenemos que hacer. ¿Por qué hicieron esto? Uno, detener progreso y crecimiento de otras naciones. Dos, el varo que se robaron. Imagínate poder imprimir 50,000, o sea, 50 trillones de dólares. ¿Cuánto es un trillón de dólares? Un millón es un millón, un billón son 1,000 millones y un trillón son 1,000 billones. Para que tengas una idea. Y ahora imagínate 50 de esos. Ahora tienes la habilidad de imprimirlos en tu país, tienes la habilidad de dar incentivos a tus amigos para que se metan en esas industrias, tienes la habilidad de crear organizaciones que literalmente checan si la cerveza afecta al cambio climático, si te tomas más de 10 cervezas al día por 20 años, que les están pagando una fortuna, ¿ok? Todo esto fue como, en mi opinión, fue lo que empezó a crecer, lo que hoy conocemos como la corrupción que vemos en todos nuestros gobiernos, donde todo está amarrado para poder continuar este tipo de cosas y que todo el mundo en la política se beneficie de esto. Lo que está haciendo Trump en este momento no es Trump, es en general todos nosotros lo que estamos haciendo. Estamos cambiando el approach que teníamos antes. Y esto, al cambiar, tiene una repercusión gigantesca en todo lo que es la economía y la estructura como la conocemos el día de hoy. Eso es lo que tenemos que tener muy en mente para todos nosotros. ¿Por qué? Porque este nuevo juego es efectivamente lo que habíamos platicado que a ver si se daba. Este juego se trata de reestructurar todo, cómo se juntan nuestras naciones, las interacciones de las naciones, nuestra nación misma, para poder competir y crecer a un futuro. Destruimos todo a través de ese Green Deal, ¿no? Para la paz mundial y que todo sea bonito y todo sea verde. Destruimos todo el planeta, destruimos todos los gobiernos, etcétera. Y ahora es hora de reconstruirlo. De eso se trata. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando destruyes algo y lo vuelves a reconstruir, haces un varo pendejo reconstruyéndolo. En la guerra hay muchísimo dinero En la guerra, por supuesto. Pero ¿quieres saber dónde está el dinero guardado? El dinero bueno, el fuerte, el que la tía Nancy Pelosi le gustaría dormir en. Ese dinero tan delicioso se encuentra en la reconstrucción de todo. Estamos justamente en esa fase. Ahora, a través de todos estos años, y es a donde vamos a llegar con Trump, a través de todos estos años, Estados Unidos ha dejado de producir cosas, diferentes servicios, diferentes productos de todo tipo, para poder también, básicamente, contratar a otros países que lo hagan. En esos contratos, en ese, güey, lo hacía yo, pero ahora lo haces tú más barato, la realidad de esto es que fue para ayudar. Les voy a dar un ejemplo muy estúpido. No hay suficiente, o sea, no había suficiente producción de ese tamaño, pero en el pasado, por ejemplo, California producía mucho más aguacate que ahora. ¿Por qué? Porque todo el mundo va a decir, no hay agua, es el cambio climático, brother. Es el cambio climático. Eso se acabó. Eso es lo que todo el mundo tiene que entender. Es la reestructuración de todas las ideas tontas que vienen ahora a ser completamente reemplazadas por vamos a hacer cosas. Y se acabaron todas estas pendejas. Entonces, en California producíamos tantos aguacates. Y después dijimos, güey, hay una sequía de no mames, no hay suficiente agua y los aguacates requieren un chingo de agua. Vean lo que pasa en Chile, por ejemplo, donde todo está seco, menos donde están los aguacates y todo el mundo se está peleando por esa agua y los agricultores de aguacates se meten de lado para robarse agua de diferentes lugares más lejos, pero es lo que pasa. Requieren demasiada agua. Entonces, Estados Unidos, California, lo único que nos importa es el medio ambiente, ustedes lo saben. Entonces nosotros dijimos, güey, tienes que bajarle de huevos, tienes que bajarle al agua, tienes que cerrarle acá, y todo eso se murió. Y empezamos a comprar a mucho más aguacate de México, me parece que en Sinaloa es donde lo hacen, o Culiacán, no me acuerdo exactamente, o igual no tengo ni idea. Y en Chile y en otros lugares. Empezamos a comprar estos aguacates y pagar a estos granjeros todo ese dinero. Al mismo tiempo, empezamos a ayudar a otros gobiernos y ahora tenemos un imbalance en todo lo que es cuánto dinero recibimos y hacemos de ellos, a cuánto dinero les estamos dando. Elon Musk había hecho campaña junto con Donald Trump y nos habían prometido un nuevo cambio. Este cambio iba a ser la gran diferencia de Estados Unidos moviéndose para adelante. Hace literalmente 3 semanas, tengo el video acá, o tal vez ya sean 4, platiqué con ustedes de que esto estaba ocurriendo. Les dije que lo más probable es que vayamos a ver algo como lo que hizo Milei, ¿no? En Argentina vamos a recortar el gasto de gobierno, si es cierto, y nos vamos a poner pendejos con todas las reglas de Estados Unidos, tenemos que reestructurar esto. Está pasando. He platicado con varios amigos que tienen o están ellos en el gobierno o que sus familiares están también, tienen trabajo en el gobierno en Estados Unidos. Una gran cantidad de ellos han sido, o tal vez unos despedidos, pero otros tienes 8 meses para largarte. Entonces, eso sí está pasando. Estamos viendo que hay ese cambio, que están reestructurando completamente las oficinas de gobierno. Estás viendo que Elon está entrando, está ahorrando $1,000 millones al día en este momento en pagos pendejos que hacemos y ahora queremos llegar a $4,000 millones en ahorrar pagos pendejos. Queremos empezar a poner seguridad, que es algo que no habíamos tenido. Habíamos destruido todas nuestras fuerzas policíacas, nuestra seguridad en todos lados. La gente, si le hablabas al 911, nadie te contestaba. Eso fue una locura, por cierto, cómo fue poco a poco cambiando y llegó al punto donde ya, ni contestas. Ay, ve cómo te arreglas tú. No, eso no entiendo cómo es una sociedad funcional, pero bueno, llegamos a eso. Y ahorita estamos cambiando todo. Y la pregunta iba a ser para nosotros, ¿qué es lo que vamos a ver en el mercado? Porque nos interesa hacer dinero, ¿no? Y lo que está haciendo Trump, este proteccionismo americano, es básicamente apoyar lo que está haciendo con Elon Musk, lo que hizo Javier Milei. 1, cortar todos los gastos pendejos dentro de nuestro gobierno. 2, reestructurar todas las estructuras antiguas que no son necesarias, cambiarlas, volverlas más eficientes o hasta privatizarlas. Por ejemplo, si vives en Estados Unidos y has ido al DMV alguna vez en tu vida, que es el departamento de Motor Vehicles, donde vas a registrar tu coche, sacar tu licencia, etcétera, entenderás que un empleado de gobierno puede ser sustituido no por una computadora, por una tortuga retrasada mental en esas oficinas. Y esta tortuga retrasada mental probablemente sea más eficiente que toda la gente que trabaja ahí. Todo eso tiene que cambiar, tiene que ser más rápido, tiene que ser eficiente. No podemos perder tiempo y tampoco subvencionar a gente que no computa en la cabeza solamente porque sí. No se puede. Se tiene que hacer otro tipo de programas, no cuando estás intentando ofrecer un servicio gubernamental. porque no se trata, si quieres hacer caridad, haz caridad, y esa gente debería de tener trabajo en otro lugar, está bien, pero no donde hay urgencia de la gente, donde hay necesidades de hacer cosas y acabarlas rápidamente, porque estás destruyendo la eficiencia de tu propio país. Entonces, Elon Musk efectivamente está cortando el gasto de gobierno, están reestructurando el gobierno, la gran cantidad de chillones que están viendo, y esto quiero que lo piensen, ¿qué pasa si en tu país, quiénes en tu país donde vivas, quiénes son los que mandan? Tú sabes que son los políticos, etcétera, ¿no? Pero hay lugares donde dice la gente, pues el narco es donde manda ahí, ¿no? ¿Quién manda en tu país? Imagínate que es, digamos, una organización de crimen organizado, digamos como los narcotraficantes son los que mandan. Si tu propio gobierno mañana anuncia, vamos a sacar a todos los narcos y a toda la gente que está apoyando eso dentro del gobierno, ¿qué creen que harían? ¿Qué creen que harían esas personas? Se volverían locas y harían lo que fuera. Uno, si no te matan instantáneamente, porque eso es más como, es lo que pasa en casi todo el mundo. La segunda cosa es, van a poner todo tipo de noticias de ti y para hacer que todo el mundo se vaya en contra tuya. Es lo que estamos viviendo en este momento. Nuestra gente de gobierno, y esto es lo que de verdad dudaba yo, pero ya no, ya personalmente esto creo que es una realidad y ahorita vamos a platicar de cómo se puede hacer dinero con esto, pero este recorte de gasto y lo que dijo Elon Musk, eso a mí se me hace una de las cosas más importantes que todo el mundo se pasó por el nepe. Y nadie lo está haciendo caso, que se me hace una completa locura, pero lo voy a poner aquí enfrente de todos ustedes para que lo vean. Porque personalmente creo que aquí está la receta secreta para lo que vamos a hacer, a los que nos va a ir bien este año. Van a ver. Un segundito, déjenme encuentro al gran Elon Musk. No quería picarle a las de economía, quería picarle bookmarks a todas. Aquí están. Ok, aquí tenemos al gran Elon Musk diciendo esto. Un segundo, voy a compartir pantalla. Perdón para la gente que me está escuchando. Y por cierto, voy a hacer después este episodio bien detallado, hablando de las tarifas, todo eso. Tal vez me empiece a repetir un poco. Tengo muchas cosas que no quiero hablar, por eso estoy un poco cortado, para no repetirme tanto en el segundo video que les quiero presentar, pero vamos a empezar por acá. Voy a ver si estoy compartiendo pantalla. Dice, reduciendo el déficit federal de 2 trillones a 1 trillón para el año 2026 requiere cortar un promedio de 4,000 millones de dólares al día, que está proyectado para el 2026, de ahora en adelante para septiembre 30. Eso, that would still result in eso todavía resultaría en un déficit, en cortar el déficit por 1 trillón de dólares. Pero, y aquí está la clave, el crecimiento económico debería de poder básicamente equilibrar ese número, lo que quiere decir que no vamos a tener inflación en el 2026. Super big deal. Ahora, yo sé que mucha gente ve a Elon Musk y dice, güey, este güey no va a poder con una redcita social. Lo entiendo perfectamente. Pero tenemos a Elon Musk trabajando por nosotros en ese momento y es la cosa más verga del mundo. De nuevo, les he dicho 1000 veces, no creo que esto todo sea excelentes noticias para todo el mundo. Hemos platicado de todas las teorías de conspiración, no vamos a platicar de ellas ahorita. Hablando de esto, tenemos al güey más cabrón del mundo, entendiendo estructuras como son empresas, entendiendo estructuras gigantescas y cómo puedes hacerlas lo más eficiente posible. Creo que lo ha demostrado 1 millón de veces en todos sus negocios que son multitrillonarios, ¿no? Entonces, el tío Elon Musk dice algo muy importante acá. Dice que el crecimiento va a equilibrar el número, lo que va a hacer del déficit, del recorte, lo que va a hacer que no tengamos inflación en el 2026. ¿Qué tienes que hacer para llegar a no tener inflación? ¿Alguien sabe? Desinflación, deflación. Es lo que tiene que pasar. Vamos a vivir un momento Argentina, vamos a vivir un momento Milei, vamos a vivir ese momento en Estados Unidos donde todo tiene que reestructurarse. Y aquí es donde mucha gente no comprende lo que está hablando el tío Donald Trump con estas tarifas. Por ejemplo, en el 2016, Donald Trump introdujo estas tarifas en contra de China. ¿Cuántos de ustedes se acuerdan? Personalmente yo fui afectado por ellas. Y la razón por qué es porque yo producí unas mochilas en China. Entonces, Trump pone las tarifas, nuestro costo sube y dices, ok, ¿qué voy a hacer? Instantáneamente te volteas y ves, ¿dónde puedo producir este producto que me cueste lo mismo que me costaba en China, solamente no quiero pagar el arancel, ni siquiera estoy buscando más barato. Encontramos Vietnam. Fuimos a Vietnam, hicimos nuestra primera ronda con Vietnam, funcionó perfecto. Lo que está pasando ahorita es, va a haber un tiempo de reestructuración donde todo el mundo se está yendo de producir en China, por ejemplo, y van a ir a otro país o dentro de Estados Unidos. Lo que estamos buscando nosotros es básicamente Estados Unidos volviéndose una base productora. ¿Qué tan real y qué tan posible es eso? De eso platicaremos un poco más al rato también, pero vamos a ver. Por ahora mínimo lo que tenemos que saber es que debería de haber un efecto primero a la baja en todo lo que es producción. Debería de haber tal vez una curva donde los costes suban por un rato hasta que se emparejen. Por ejemplo, otro ejemplo estúpido. Güey, no tenemos suficientes aguacates. Ok, el cuento de antes era no tenemos suficiente agua para poder alimentar a estos aguacates. Entonces no podemos producirlos. Pero ¿qué es lo que el gobierno de Elon Musk? ¿Qué es lo que el gobierno de Donald Trump está diciendo? Nosotros lo que vamos a hacer es simplemente cortar todo tipo de estupideces, ¿no? Todo tipo de reglas tontas como esas para poder hacer que Estados Unidos pueda producir. Entonces, y esto es lo que les va a volar la cabeza a todos los que dicen que no hay suficiente agua en el mundo, van a agarrar y van a invertir en desalinizadoras, van a invertir en diferentes sistemas de riego, van a invertir en todo lo que vaya a actualizar al mundo para poder usar agua. Y esto no quiere decir que te van a dejar sin agua, carnal. Hay suficiente agua para todo el mundo. Recuerda, se acabaron los 50 trillones de dólares del cambio climático. Si te quedas con la idea de que el mundo debe de operar así, te quedaste ya atrás en el pasado. Y ahora no estamos cambiando de opinión porque simplemente se nos dio la gana. Estamos cambiando de opinión porque desde el principio era palo. Y todo lo que hicimos fue simplemente restringir a otras naciones a no poder crecer, incluyendo a la nuestra, ¿ok? Por alguna puta razón. Pero ahora esto se acabó. Entonces, en el nuevo mundo ya existe, tal vez no sea la racionalidad, pero existe la simplificación de todo, donde vamos a usar nuestro cerebro, vamos a voltear a ver a California y decir, hay un mar gigantesco junto a este puto lugar. ¿Qué vamos a hacer para poder hacer esto de los aguacates? Vamos a empezar a plantar más aguacates y tirar más agua ahí para que en Estados Unidos puedas producir más. Y aquí es donde va a venir como el renacimiento de todas las empresas en Estados Unidos. Las empresas chicas, medianas, van a estar creciendo muy rápido. Y la razón de por qué van a estar creciendo muy rápido es porque vamos a necesitar empujar ese crecimiento o nos vamos a quedar atorados. Y ahí es donde vamos a empezar a ver todo esto crecer. Por ahora, personalmente, sigo muy contento de estar fuera del mercado. No puedo ver esta volatilidad. Estoy viejo, estoy contento por ello. Creo que se va a dar una oportunidad muy grande para todos nosotros. Vamos a ver una economía que va a sufrir en los próximos 3, 6, tal vez hasta 9 meses, y después va a repuntar como loca. Lo platicamos acá, tuvimos al gran Bruno, lo invitamos, ¿se acuerdan? Cuando nos platicó lo que hizo Milei en Argentina, cómo se empezaba a ver todo por allá. Y yo creo que simplemente estamos siguiendo eso. ¿Qué tanto nos va a afectar comparado con, por ejemplo, lo que vivimos en lo que vivieron ellos en Argentina? No sé, porque obviamente son diferentes dinámicas, ¿no? Estados Unidos es un país con muchísimo dinero, con muchísimos recursos, y no podemos compararlo uno a uno a Argentina. Tal vez no tengamos ese tipo de destrucción de valor en todos lados, pero lo que vamos simplemente es el momento, es justamente lo que habíamos platicado. Fue el fondo de Estados Unidos. Llegamos al fondo de Estados Unidos, destruimos todo, y cuando todo el mundo dijo, vende el dólar se acabó, nos vamos con el BRICS, el oro y todo eso, ¿qué es lo que pasa cuando todo el mundo te dice que Bitcoin está muerto? ¿Qué es lo que pasa cuando todo el mundo te dice que Bitcoin está muerto? Es cuando tienes que comprar Bitcoin. ¿Qué pasó cuando todo el mundo dijo, no, los NFTs están muertos el verano del 2023? Digo, ok, me voy a hacer de unos NFTs porque están muertos. Compré barato, me hizo comprar Solana en $17 y no sé qué. Vámonos para arriba, ¿no? Cada que te dicen los autos eléctricos, nos metimos en Rivian, nos metimos en Lucid, nos metimos en Tesla, ganamos al mercado, ¿sí o no? Sí, el año pasado tuvimos unos retornos deliciosos si sigues este canal. ¿Por qué? Porque todo el mundo estaba diciéndonos que el auto eléctrico estaba muerto, que no iban a sobrevivir. Ve cómo se están devaluando los autos eléctricos. y ahora son la cosa más caliente del puto planeta porque son los más baratos y los más fáciles de hacer y son los que la industria americana está apoyando también. Y ahora, misteriosamente de la nada, GM, Ford empiezan a anunciar, creo que vamos a empezar a ver dinero positivo, flujo positivo en todas nuestras unidades de autos eléctricos que estamos vendiendo. ¡Ah! ¡Qué casualidad! Cada que te dicen que algo está muerto, no está muerto, está vivito y está coleando el hijo de perra. Eso es Estados Unidos y eso es el dólar en este momento. Ahora, si tienes un dólar fuerte, ¿qué es lo que pasa con todos los activos de riesgo, etcétera? Porque, ¿qué quiere decir eso? Que quieres estar en dólares. Quieres estar en dólares, eso quiere decir que vas a poder comprar más con esos dólares y es por lo que, en mi opinión, el trade del tío Warren Buffett tiene muchísimo sentido. Creo que es exactamente lo que está pasando en ese sentido. Y honestamente, digo, algunos lo vieron venir, otros no. Y muchos se quedarán en la idea, pero el mercado puede que siga subiendo. Tal vez sí. Personalmente no lo creo, estoy jugando eso. Si vienen oportunidades más chidas, bien. Y hasta ahorita está jugándola bien. Estamos viendo al dólar empujar fuerte al alza. Estamos viendo el peso dólar, que para mí siempre el peso dólar fue lo que nos dijo desde antes. Hice un video. Hay un güey que me escribe todos los días en Twitter que me dice, ya cambiaste opinión del dólar, no que el dólar se iba a la verga. Llevo un año diciendo que el dólar va a subir y está justamente pasando. No sé qué, no sé qué esté viendo, pero el dólar literalmente hace un año lo vimos y dijimos, güey, esta chingadera va a subir como loca. Lo hizo. ¿Por qué? Porque el peso nos dio la pauta. Y ahora quiero que piensen en esto. Si vivieron en México en los últimos 5 años, ¿qué fue lo que pasó con el peso? El peso fue de $25 al principio de la pandemia por peso, digo, a 25 pesos por dólar, y llegó a estar a 16 pesos por dólar. Tuvo un sustancial crecimiento en contra del dólar el peso. ¿Por qué? ¿Alguien sabe? La razón por la que el peso se apreció en contra del dólar fue porque Estados Unidos dejó de comprar de China y empezó a comprar más en México. Cuando todas esas empresas chinas se movieron y su producción a México, hicieron una cosa que se llama nearshoring. Nearshoring es crear nuevas gráficas, nuevas gráficas, su puta madre, nuevas fábricas desde otro lugar, ponerlas en tu territorio y básicamente empezar a crear productos, crear actividad económica y también proveer a ese país que tiene esa alta demanda. Ahora, quiero que solamente piensen en esto. ¿Qué es lo que Donald Trump está cambiando en todo, además de recortar gastos y además de poner tarifas y además de dejar de regalar dinero a otros países? ¿Qué es lo que está haciendo? Y esto lo platicamos acá, está incentivando a que empresas vengan acá. Estamos robándonos a todas las empresas de Europa. Europa ya nos lo cogimos delicioso, pero ahora queremos también las fabricantes de coches porque les estamos dando miles de millones de dólares en préstamos por venir. Estamos bajando los impuestos a todas las empresas a 15%, que es bastante competitivo mundialmente. Y te están diciendo, si vienes a producir acá, no va a haber aranceles, no va a haber nada de eso. Nadie le está diciendo, te estoy cerrando la puerta, te estoy diciendo, ¿quieres venir a producir? Ven y cáele al territorio. Ahora, esto podría cambiar y puede que haya una alianza entre México, Canadá, etcétera. Tal vez. Nadie está diciendo que no. Eso podría ser el caso. Pero por ahora lo que parece ser es que va a ser en Estados Unidos y todos los incentivos que están dando son en Estados Unidos. Entonces, piénsalo como en México. Viviste en México, $25, 25 pesos por dólar a 16 porque hubo más plantas, más actividad económica mudándose a México para poder exportar a Estados Unidos. ¿Qué pasa cuando ese movimiento se da en Estados Unidos? Lo que estamos viendo con el dólar más fuerte que puedas ver en tu historia. ¿Y qué pasa cuando el dólar es fuerte? Quieres tenerlo en tu portafolio porque eso te va a dar mucho más poder de adquisición para poder comprar lo que necesites. Esto, una vez más, va a ser negativo instantáneamente, económicamente hablando, tal vez no instantáneamente, vamos a empezar a verlo en 3 meses, 6 meses ya va a ser muy notable y 9 meses me pregunto si sería el final o antes. Pero es como ahora que he estado viendo como tiempos, vi lo de COVID, he estado analizando un poco más de esto, es más o menos lo que sigue. Entonces, si estás aquí presente, viendo lo que está pasando, estás viendo al dólar, el dólar no está desapareciendo, no está. Ese fue el fondo del dólar, te vendieron la idea de que el dólar está muerto y se acabó. Este es el nuevo cambio estructural y esto le afecta a absolutamente todo el mundo. Así que estén pendientes, vamos a platicar ya en unos momentos más de esto a detalle, acabando este video del casino del tío Salo, pero por ahora vamos a disfrutar lo que nos está dando el mercado. Estos deliciosos movimientos con volatilidad gigantesca para poder aprovechar y hacer una lana en todos nuestros trades. Saben que lo hacemos en cripto nosotros. Vamos a empezar a darle con todo. Aquí tengo el tío Farhan para poder ver qué exactamente quieren. Discúlpenme, es que anoche cené pesado, ¿no? Deme un segundito, nada más quiero ver el video. ¿Dónde estamos por acá? Compartía eventos en vivo. Qué tonto soy, güey. Qué tonto soy. Esto lo tengo acá exactamente. Ok, listo. Vámonos. Ok, vamos a empezar con el gran Jay Powell preguntándonos por el gran Bitcoin, por supuesto, por supuesto. Mr.
Good
Farhan,
morning, sir.
how are you?
I'm okay. I'm surviving, hanging in there. How about yourself?
Good for you. Good for you. I'm still kind of surviving, I guess. Kind of. With my back and my old age. At any point, this is going to be done. So just, I would say take advantage while it lasts, but there's none to take advantage while it lasts. So there you go. Let's talk about Bitcoin, sir. Hey, fucking market, dude.
Yeah. Did you hear that the liquidations yesterday were worse than the COVID crash and the FTX crash?
What? Why?
Yeah, so crazy. I don't have no idea. More than $2 billion liquidated from the crypto markets.
Well, also, Bitcoin has been consolidating for a long time in the 100 range. And if, let's say, this is the top, there's going to be a lot of people stuck in that $100,000 range.
Oh, yeah.
Like a lot. Can I just say, I'm just glad to be not in that group right now. I'm just saying that. Listen, you might go to $300,000. Awesome. For right now, I'm glad that I'm not in that group, just stuck. I like this trading thing. In and out, baby. It's like making love to the money.
Little pat on the back, long the wick lows yesterday.
You did. That was all. I mean, we were chatting about it. It was like, hopefully 92, 91, whatever the fuck it was, will hold. Because otherwise, shit, dude, we're going to like 85s. And he did hold. And it went up. Are you selling that? What are you doing with your trade?
I've closed it, so now I'm waiting for the retest, and I'm gonna see if, hopefully, what I ideally want to see is the current lows to get retested and hold, and then I'm gonna get back in.
Let's fucking do this. Let's show everybody.
I sold the 82s entry at 92s entries at 96.
Oof. Good job, sir. Good job. Share some of those delicious trades with the Academy today. Why not?
I posted it on Discord before I entered, but it was not one of those things where I had statistics to back it up for.
You were just like, fuck it. We're going.
Something I was throwing into the wind.
Good. We're ready. I'm going to go take a quick piss, but let's roll, sir. What are you seeing on Bitcoin today?
All right. So what I'm going to give you, what I'm going to start with is what my whole bias was built off of. This is what, and you actually mentioned this yesterday on the 2-week chart. So I pulled up the 2-week chart and I was like, yeah, that close is actually pretty ugly that we had on this previous 2-week close. So what's likely to happen is we're going to get a retest of, very likely a retest of this blue 9 EMA. And we were already at the median because the median had moved up all the way up to $95,000. 9 EMA was just at that right point where it was slightly below the median, where we would dip below the median, and then what we would like to see is a very strong bounce off of that 9 EMA and then close over the median. Right now, we wicked basically all the way exactly down to that 9 EMA, and we found significant buying pressure right here, right at this 9 EMA. Not only did we bounce off of the 9 EMA, but now we're above the median, and we're almost about to reclaim this 5 EMA. If we do reclaim this 5 EMA, what's likely to happen is we're going to use this 5 as a spring towards this top 38.2%. And right now, the 38.2%, it's at $123,000. That's also the target of our 2-day setup that we still have active. And we're going to get to that once we go to the momentum chart. Then you go to the monthly, and the monthly corrected all the way back down. Come on. All the way back down towards this 5 EMA. The 5 EMA can be used as a monthly as like a little arbiter to make sure to give you an idea which way price is going to go. As long as price is above that 5 EMA, it generally just basically goes up only. The second you lose that 5 EMA is whenever you get the chop in the market and down. But as long as you're keeping the 5, you generally just go up. You lost it here, chopped for a little bit, regained it, went up again. Lost it here, chopped, dumped massively. Then once we regained it over here, basically it was an up-only market. We regained it at about $23,000, and ever since then, it was just chopped for a little bit, lost it right here, chopped a little bit, up only once again. So right now, we also reconnected perfectly right down to this 5 EMA. 5 EMA is sitting at $91,000 right now. Our low is at 91.1. So basically tap that 5 EMA. And as long as we're closing over that, probabilities are still to the upside. And I'm still going to be saying that we're in an up market. And if you don't like the term bull market, but an up cycle where the trend is still to the upside on the monthly. What we want to see ideally is for us to close over this 38.2% by the monthly close, which is in 25 days and 10 hours. Monthly, 38.2%. 38.2% is at $98,780. And then if you go down to the monthly statistics for February, there's a 78% chance statistically that February will close green, because in every previous February in Bitcoin's history, 78% of the time it has closed green. And then there's an even more weird statistic, which Crown brought up, is that if you look up February's in odd years, like 2025 is an odd year, 100% of them have closed green. So 100% is not the type of statistics that I'd like to argue against or try to fight against, because that's how you get wrecked. Whenever the statistics are in your favor, probabilities are in your favor, best to just play with those probabilities instead of trying to fight them and be a hero. Since those probabilities are of closing green, we opened this candle at about 102,429. So if we were to close green, we'd have to close above that, and that'd be a close over this 38.2%, which would then take us towards this 61.8, which right now is at 135,151. That's also very close to our 2-day and 5-day target on the volatility and momentum setup. And on a monthly, we're still shifted to the upside with the moving average on momentum. While the first tap has rejected the bullish control zone, we want to see as a close over that 38.2%, then we'll break back into the bullish control zone. We'll get volatility support, and that'll take us up toward that 61.8. And what's giving us another bias that's likely gonna happen is the jewel starting to curve back around and give us the buy signal right at the pink, and it's just about to enter into the critical zone, giving us more bias that the probabilities are in favor of the bulls right now. Come on. 3-month right now is a rejection of the top 38.2%. Not really the worst sign though, considering we have basically 2 months to go before this candle closes. And as of right now, momentum is still just trying to break below the moving average, but we got a month, basically 2 months before that actually gets confirmed. If we do close below the 38.2%, this will confirm to the downside, and the momentum will start flipping down. If we close over that 38.2% at $108,900, which if that February statistic plays out, we likely will, momentum will flip back up to the upside, volatility will flip back up, and it's coming from very extreme lows. The last time volatility had flipped up from anywhere near this area was right here in January of 2020, when price was sitting at $3,782, and then we went up to about $64,800. We got that same setup brewing that we did then now. Come on. Come on, sometime today. Oh my god, this shit's so annoying. Let's go. Come on. You can do it. It's okay, little buddy. You got it. It's just not loading my moving averages. What the fuck? Wow, I refreshed it right as it loaded. There we go. So on the weekly, we have a wick all the way down to basically the bottom of this 38.2%. We kind of front ran a little bit. Let me switch to the index. This is the Binance chart. Yeah, so it came much closer on the index from the Binance chart to the bottom.
Do you hear the static?
No. Do you hear it now?
That's gone. Whatever you had next to your microphone was.
I'm not sure there wasn't anything next to it.
Fuck.
So the index chart looks a little bit better than the Binance chart because we corrected basically down to this 38.2%. 38.2% is a little bit lower than our current lows, sitting at about $89,380. So where if we did lose our current 91,100 lows, that's the area where we absolutely would need to hold, or else we're probably going to nuke pretty heavily. I'm probably going to come back down towards this 55 EMA. Right now, this sits at about $73,000. That's not going to be a very, very, very fun event at all. And then once it gets here, this is not going to be the type of dip that I'm going to be looking to buy. Because of how many people are looking to buy that CMA gap fill, I feel like it's going to be over if we come anywhere near this point, and we're probably going to go significantly lower towards this 100. That's at $60,000. So it's going to be a little bit hard and a little bit difficult to argue that the cycle is not over if Bitcoin is trading at $60,000, which is how much of a dump from the all-time highs right now?
It's got to be 45.
Yeah, about 45 exactly to the downside after our current all-time highs. I don't think there's been very many times aside from one where we dumped somewhere like that and made a new all-time high that year, and that was in 2021. And 2021 had the most historic money printing operation that we've ever seen in modern history. So unless we're going to do something like that again, unlikely that that happens. What's more likely is that the cycle is over.
Yep.
And right now, momentum is trying to flip back up on the weekly. Volatility is still to the downside. So if we can close over this median right now is at $102,438. Momentum will break over the moving average. Volatility will shift up, and that'll give us high probabilities of hitting the top 38.2%. Right now, that's also sitting at very, very close to our 2-day target at $122,443. You look at the jewel. The jewel has not quite broken out of the bullish control zone yet, still within the bullish control zone. Pink is still above the yellow. So this is a prime area for it to flip back around, right around the edge of this bullish control zone, where it would be along with our current lows, maybe a little swipe of those lows, maybe like $90,000, somewhere around there, 89, high 89s. But I wouldn't be looking for anywhere lower than that if we're still bullish. Anywhere lower than $89,000 and we're not bullish anymore. We're actually the opposite, which is bearish.
Really? We moved that up to 89? So once we take that out, that's it?
Yeah, if you drop below 89,000, and it's very likely bearish.
Got it.
Because that will also break our previous wick lows.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
And the 5-day is not looking very pretty right now. We still have a day and 10 hours to go. We've lost the median. We want to see is by the end of this 5-day close to maintain that median. That happens, then races are back onto the upside, and we're probably in for a pretty explosive move for the rest of February. All going to come down to how this 5-day closes. Because this 5-day does close like this, likely come back down to the bottom 38.2%, and that's sitting at $88,000. And that's enough for me to say that we're bearish, because then we've broken all of these lows and we're likely to come back down and retest somewhere in this area right here in the 70s. Momentum right now is at 7%. I mean, volatility is at 7% right now on the 5-day. Momentum is right at the moving average. So this is also the area where we expect it to bounce if it's bullish. And that would coincide with the closure over that median. And the jewel right now is still positive, still giving us a buy signal, still within the bullish control zone. And it's a deviation of the bullish control zone, like right over here this time, where we deviated the bullish control zone, made our way back in. Let's draw what the vertical line would happen. You got a retest of this 5 EMA and then went straight up. And that was about a 42% move to the upside over 1 month. 1 month, we moved 42% to the upside. So it doesn't seem too crazy that February statistics are the average move of or average percentage of 78% chance of closing green. Let's see how much we did last February. February right here. 74%, 74.5% to the upside last February. Oh no, that was March, my bad. Where's February? So 63%. 63% to the upside in the month of February last year. Quite insane. Especially because when you consider that February is the shortest month of the year. So we have less days to move that much of a percentage.
Didn't even think of that. That's crazy.
So it seems like if we are still bullish, things are about to get very fun in the next couple of weeks.
I like the disclaimer, though. If
we're still bullish, I got to protect myself. So now on the 2-day, we are breaking into the bearish control zone. Volatility is flipped up, and the jewel is now curving back around, losing the bullish control zone, giving us a sell signal. What we want to see happen to maintain bullishness is we got to close over this 38.2% in 9 hours and 4 minutes. That's at $98,761. If we get a close over that, then all is back. All is nice again in the world. No more sadness. No more liquidations, except for the bears. And then we're probably the bears are gonna need to spread them cheeks. They're gonna get a little visit into their Angus, and we're probably gonna visit somewhere around $120,000, which is a 61.8%. Prepare the Angus, bears. The daily.
Hey, by the way, I don't know. Have you looked at Nvidia?
Not really, but I'm not trading Nvidia.
It's at 113 right now.
She got stopped.
And that weekly volatility setup is expanding to the downside. Crazy.
And what happened on the daily before I saw the 2-week, which is what actually made me move my entry lower, is I was planning to enter on the daily at the 100 EMA because I was like, oh, the 100 is going to be a very nice entry point. Then I saw the 2-week, which was just slightly below there. I was like, yeah, that's probably a better entry because it's a higher time frame, more significance, probably wicks below that 100. Thank you for pointing out that 2-week to me, sir. Got me a little bit of a better entry.
Good. Glad to be of service for someone.
Instead of getting in at 92.8, got in at 92.4, the most beautiful entry of all time. Although we did drop $1,000 below that, but that's a different story.
We know your degen way, sir.
I was comfortable getting in at 92.8. I was like, hey, at least I'm in for the ride. Not going to drop below. Not going to drop below 89, or I'm out. So a little bit on the margins never hurts. And on the daily, we've broken back into the bearish control zone. Volatility is pointed heavily to the upside. So what we want to see happen, ideally, is we want to see a close over the 61.8%. That's at around $96,450. That's not going to signify that the bottom is exactly over. It's just going to tell you that we have a swing failure pattern of all of these lows, and you're very likely to come back up and retest somewhere around $100,000. That $100,000 area is going to be the point where if we solidly reclaim $100,000, likely that we're in for one of these massive fun moves where we just basically go up only, and that 2-day setup is going to play out, the 5-day setup is going to play out, and every single bear and their mother is going to get liquidated. Then you look at the 4-hour. 4-hour is giving us kind of an idea that the bottom very likely could be in, because if you notice from this dump, we've been rejecting this 5 EMA solidly this entire way through. Retested the 5 EMA at $102,000, kept rejecting it. Now we're over the 5 EMA. It's sitting at $96,261. We close over it, it's gonna tell us that something different is happening from where we started dumping from all the way around $106,000. Gonna also increase the probabilities that pressure is on back onto the upside. We still got an hour and 1 minute to go. We just want to see how that 4-hour closes over the 5 EMA. Then I'm going to be even more in the camp that the bottom is in. 91s are our lows, and then we're probably going to be up only for the rest of February. Switch down to the 3 because this one's about to close. And now the 3 is about to reclaim the 9 EMA. The 9 EMA and the 5 has been solid rejection ever since $106,000 right now. So in about 50 seconds, we're about to close over this 5 EMA. And I might even just take a live trade in front of you guys while we do that. Get my exchange opened up. Let's see what happens. Let's go down a little bit lower. Very nice bullish engulfing on the hourly. Quite the bullish engulfing.
Mm-hmm.
And we're brushing right up against the 78.6%. So if we close below 78.6 right now, it's 96,831. Probably come back down and retest this 21 somewhere around 95.9, 96,000. Close over the 78.6, and you probably go straight towards the 55, which is right now at about 97,000-ish, roughly $97,000 area, 97.5, about 98 actually. And then from the $98,000 area, because we have not closed over this 21 ever since $106,000, high probability we break that area. But as of right now, we still haven't tapped it yet, so we have to watch this 3-hour close. 3-hour, how did it close? Come on. All right, so we did close over the 21. What I would like to see right now is a reconnect of somewhere around this 9 EMA to the 5 EMA. 5 EMA sits at $96,000. 9 EMA sits at 96,488. So we're already below the 5 EMA. I mean 9 EMA. We're approaching this 5 right now. Let me input in live trade for you guys right now, and I will tell you exactly what I'm entering in.
There you go.
The true forms of degeneracy. Let me switch to the perpetuous chart because it's a little bit more accurate.
Okay.
That's an entry of about 96.3 all the way down to 95.9. So 96.3 T. And then
Your
long.
validation would be to lose the 5?
Yeah, if we close below the 5 on a 3-hour, then I'm out.
it.
And I am in.
You sick fuck. All right, let me just say it in Spanish. Para todos los que no agarraron eso, está Farhan entrando en un long en Bitcoin justamente en este momento y su invalidación sería en la tabla de 3 horas el promedio del 5. Si pierdes el promedio del 5 a la baja, te sales del trade. Ahí lo tienen enfrente de todos en vivo. Llévense una lana. All righty.
Wow, beautiful. It's one of those that's immediately in profit after entering.
I saw, but as soon as you said it, fucking candle turned green. Oh!
Fuck you. Turn back green. Turn back green, you motherfucker. Chinga tu madre, Bitcoin.
Very good. Very good. Especially now with the Mexican nationalism. That's pretty good.
It is the day of revolution, right? Or something like that.
That no, I don't know what. No, February 3rd, dude. Like revolution is November 20th.
There was some Mexican holiday today.
Independence was the 16th. February 3rd. Well, yesterday was el Día de la Candelaria, right? Which is when they do the tamales. That's why you have tamales. There you go.
Because I pulled the toy out of the rosca.
Of course.
Those tamales were fucking delicious.
Dude. I could taste them just by looking at the photo.
I got some in the fridge right now too. I'm gonna eat them after the live stream.
God damn you.
So on the quarterly, we still got that hidden bullish divergence active. Still going to be active as long as we're closing over $58,890, where volatility is expanding from the lowest level it's ever been at, and the jewel is now breaking back into the bullish control zone, just about to enter into the critical zone. Let's mark with a vertical line last time the jewel entered into the bullish control zone on the quarterly. Oh, just in case I don't get fucked, I want to set this stop loss for an emergency at 89,200. Next thing I know, I open the app and I'm poor.
That would not be nice, sir. Good job.
I'd like to avoid that if at all possible.
If possible. Yeah, why not?
It's not fun being poor.
Oh, fuck no. Not at all.
Interesting. That was basically at the absolute top when we entered into the bullish control zone last time around. And then after we entered into the bullish control zone, we dumped 75%.
That's a very
Actually, we actually dumped first 55%, then we bounced, made a slightly new all-time high, and then dumped 75%. That's the most Bitcoin-like shit ever. Correct? All the way down to this 5 EMA with a 55% dump, make new all-time highs. Everyone's mega bullish again, and then from those all-time highs, we dumped 77.5%.
So it would take us to 35, 40 grand. But now in the current market, but now what you're saying goes, like what you're showing right now goes against what you're thinking. Because you're saying shit goes down at 70,000, we're cooked. It's already over. And that kind of shows you the other way around, no?
Wait, repeat that? I'm kind of retarded.
You were saying that at the beginning of this, that if you saw that Bitcoin lost the 89 and then it went to like 70,000, this shit's cooked because people are going to try to get in at the gap, blah, blah, blah. But that's kind of like what it did on that scenario that you're showing me right now.
That it broke the lows and then made a new all-time high?
Yeah.
It did, but that gap would... Actually, that happened the same time here. We did wick below the 5. I guess if you want to be exactly super technical, you could just do this.
Let's see. Let's be super mega technical. Jesus Christ. Not that technical.
How do you compare?
I think you just do BTC. No, it's still fixed.
How do you?
I actually wouldn't
There
know
was
what you're
one.
looking for, so no clue.
Let's compare. Where's the comparison button? Where is that comparison button?
Oh my God. I'm going to look on my computer too for you. Save open temple indicators. Temp.
Where the fuck did you go, bud? Oh, here we go. I'm just blind.
I just saw it.
Okay, where are we at? Okay. No, this is not the one. Where's that one chart that I had? This one was very clear. Oh,
Did
fuck.
Fibonacci eat it?
He might have.
Iron Chef. No.
Yes, I'm about to whip up something very, very, maybe not so delicious.
Is that the one?
No, I can't exactly find it right now. Fuck it. I'll just describe to you what
Okay.
it was showing though. So if you were to compare like either to M2 or Egyptian iron, which are both pretty steady, the highs on Bitcoin versus the highs on those in 2021, in spring it made a high, and then whenever we made our all-time highs at $69,000, it actually ended up making a lower high. So that $69,000 was worth less than when we were at $65,000 for how much that $65,000 was worth. So in terms of actual value, Bitcoin kind of made a lower high in that year.
I see what you mean. Yeah. Can you just do that against gold? Gold is pretty stable.
I feel like gold might have done the same thing.
Yeah. I'm pretty certain, but not entirely sure. Is it loading or? Oh, there you go. Well, that's useful.
Kind of did, yeah. Kind of made a lower high. But the iron one is much more clear. I just don't know why it's not pulling up right now. You know, I'll send it to you as in a link in the iMessage chat later.
Sounds good.
So any divergences? Nope. Nope. On the monthly, by the way, though, like we have been mentioning for the past couple of weeks, that there is a possible bearish divergence on the monthly between this high here and this high here, because we did make a lower high on the RSI. And right now, the way to confirm that divergence is to close below on the monthly 89,224. Do close below there, then very likely the probabilities are in your favor that we're in a bear market, because the statistics right now is a 100% chance of bear market on confirmation of bearish divergence. And I personally would not fight against something that's a 100% statistic, or because, sure, maybe this time is different, but maybe it's not. If you ever consider that, maybe it's not.
No, I never consider that, actually. Now that you put it that way.
That emoji of the head exploding.
Exactly. SpongeBob.
Patrick, this time is different.
Anyway, now it sounds like.
Were you a watcher of SpongeBob?
I did, but not religiously. I would just, and in Spanish, so it was very different.
It reminds me of the episode where Sandy rips off Patrick's head.
I don't remember it. I know Sandy the squirrel, but yeah.
Where Patrick and SpongeBob are playing in Sandy's house, and they're like, "I'm Dirty Dan." No, I'm Dirty Dan. And then she wakes up thinking she's a sheriff and rips off Patrick's head and goes, "Which one of you is a real Dirty Dan?"
No, I'm gonna look it up.
And because Patrick is a retard, he goes, "I am." And on the 2-week, we also have possible bearish divergence between all of these highs right here. Every single time the RSI made a lower high. To confirm that bearish divergence, it's a little bit easier. Actually, no, it's the same number, 89,224. Close below that number on the 2-week as well. We're going to confirm many drives of bearish divergence. Monthly will confirm bearish divergence. Then, to put it lightly, to put it in sophisticated manners, shit's probably fucked. Excuse my Chinese. Weekly, nope. There was ever so slight possibility of bearish divergence, but didn't quite make it. That's not good. 5-day has a possible bearish divergence forming right now, and we will confirm it if we close below 97,738. We're just dancing around that number right now. What the fuck is Fibonacci doing? Sounds like he's eating styrofoam.
Maybe Cheetos.
Is that the empty box of tamales that he's trying to get into?
Go check.
Oh, one sec, sorry.
Perdón, tenemos unas pocas fallas de técnicas, ya que el gato se está comiendo los tamales. Pero es que, ¿cómo no? Se ven deliciosos. Ok, vamos. Ahorita les pongo la pantalla, que ya quiero brincar a este. Está muy, muy, muy interesante todo. El mercadillo. Denle 30 minutos a Farm para que regrese. Un segundo. Un segundo. There you go.
All right. Yeah, he definitely was into the garbage, and he took everything out of there.
Nice.
Aren't these pets so wonderful sometimes?
The best.
Sometimes you just want to give them lots of love.
Just a little choke.
Just a little pressure of love. Right around the neck, some love right there. So on that 5-day, we were mentioning that bearish divergence. If it does get confirmed under that $97,738 number, please don't bite me. But we will very likely get volatility expansion on the 5-day, which will confirm that 5-day setup over 15%. It's going to be to the downside then, because we're going to be off the back of a bearish divergence, and that'll give us a first target of the bearish control zone. Right now, that's at $80,000. That will then confirm our monthly bearish divergence, and shit's probably fucked. Probably going to go down to the critical zone. And right now, this critical zone is going to change. I don't want to scare anybody and give any outlandish numbers. I'm not going to get clipped and have everyone come to me for the next 2 years like they do you with $12,000. Because this bearish
it's
critical
only been
zone,
3 years. No, it's only been 3 years. Don't worry about it. It won't happen again.
This critical zone right now sits at $19,983, about $20,000. Likely not going to happen. Very likely that's not going to happen. What my number is right now for the bottom of the bear market is somewhere between $45,000 and $48,000. Maybe a wick to 40, but I don't really see anything lower than $40,000. And if we were to do a little bit of quick maths, how much is that from the all-time high? About 58% down. So it would hold that relationship true, that every single bull market we do a less of a percentage to the upside and also a lesser of a percentage to the bottom. Last time we did about 75% to the bottom. This time around about 58%. Doesn't sound too crazy. Or maybe that's just my hopium bias coming through.
I didn't want to say, but there's a high chance of that too, sir.
I'll keep it real with you fellas. Come on. And fuck it, I'll mention it again because probably some people here were not here last time I said it. But the whole reason why my bias goes off of that $45,000 to $48,000 area is because of something called the hash ribbons indicator, which goes off of the miner performance who actually mine the blocks and the coins. And right now it has about an 85 to 90% hit rate, where every single time it fires a major buy signal after a capitulation signal, the previous major low before that buy signal was fired off never gets closed below ever again. The only 2 times it has ever failed out of about 12 or 13 instances is the first time it failed in the COVID dump, where it did close slightly below the previous major low. And then the second time was during our 2022 bear market. And both, you could argue, were kind of caused by black swans, because COVID was kind of a pretty obvious that was kind of a black swan event. And then the second one was the collapse of Luna, which nobody really saw coming.
Luna, Saquon, dude, he's Doquan.
Yeah, Doquan was like, to be honest though, Doquan kind of deserved it. Dude was the biggest piece of shit you could ever see in your life on Twitter. Anytime he would get in an argument with somebody, he would just quickly end the argument by calling them poor.
That's pretty efficient.
He used to argue with Twitter traders all the time too. And people were like, I'm shorting your coin with size. And they would post a screenshot of like a several $100,000 short. And then Do Kwon would respond by saying, yeah, but your size is not size. And then after that, he did that a little bit too much. A guy named GCR, biggest Giga Chad to ever trade crypto ever, was like, hey, I'll bet you $10 million that it's never gonna break all-time highs ever again. Then he Do Kwon took the bet, and then he shorted it for another $10 million. Rode that short from $90 all the way down to zero. I can't do the math on how much of a percentage that is.
It's more than you want.
On $10 million, sheesh, that takes some fucking balls. On the daily, we already have 3 drives of bearish divergence confirmed. That was from when we were above all of our major moving averages. We've now tapped the 100, and we've tapped the bearish control zone. Very arguable that the divergence has played out. If we were to continue this divergence to the downside, we'd have to close below about 89,224, or we'd have to wick below 91,341. If we wick below 91,341, makes it very likely that we'll close below 89. And if we close below 89, then it's confirmed. And then we're likely to come back down to the 200. Right now, the 200 is in the 70s. We're right at that CME gap. I think it's very high probability we get somewhat of a bounce here to trap all the retards who think that they've caught the CME gap bottom. Quickly run it up a little bit, maybe somewhere around $80,000, and then drop the Omega nuke on them. Drop the actual Nagasaki setup on them. The bomb in Nagasaki was called the Fat Man, so they're going to drop the Fat Man on them. And right now, daily is getting volatility expansion from 2%. That's not quite a Hamas setup, but a miniature version. We can call it a Syrian rebel setup. That would be a Syrian rebel setup, where if we do close this candle green over $97,700, this volatility expansion will aggressively start going towards the upside. Very likely we'll break our all-time highs within a week. And then you add in the February statistics on the back of that, makes it even more likely that we'll probably go straight up. And now the jewel is giving us a beautiful signal right here. We've broken into the critical zone, and now we're firing off a God mode buy signal. We have flipped back around within the critical zone, flipped to the upside, flipped buy signal, and we got the God mode background. Let's see if we can get something comparable. This one was critical zone, but it was not quite a God mode, so the one that we have now is better. So give us a God mode, Bitcoin. Also not God mode. I didn't even make it to the critical zone. Never mind. I can see this one was close to the critical zone. I'll just do it just for curiosity. Here we go. I guess it kind of does make sense that we had the biggest liquidation event in cryptocurrency history, with us breaking all the way into the God mode on what do you call it, the jewel, and the RSI breaking all the way down into the critical zone as well. Let's see. We only have 2. Okay. If I'm not satisfied with these 2, then we'll do another one to fit my bias.
I was going to say, yeah, exactly.
So we did actually go end up a little bit lower, but we didn't quite get into the as powerful as the setup as we did now. We went about 4 to 4.5% lower, And then from there, about 10% up. And let's see if the next one. This one was a lot better. This one was actually with the God mode. We dropped from there about 1.3% to the downside, and then we pumped. Come on. About 22%. Quite nice. If we were to go 22% up from here, that would give us the target of that 2-day setup, somewhere right around the 120s. And this is a 4-hour, so 22% off of a 4-hour setup is quite massive. Oh, we have one right here as well. After firing off, we dropped another 4.22% and then got a pump of about 17%. So somewhere around that 20%, let's round it up, or meet in the middle. 20% is the regular move after that God mode. So let's do 20% from this high right here. Very interesting. But actually, I don't think I pulled it from the right place. From the buy signal being confirmed, that would be right over here. So I did a little too high. I was giving you a little too much bullish hopium. Hey, same number, $114,000, $115,000. Our what was the median at? Let me confirm. I believe that's very close to our median. And wow, would you look at that? Long's already massively in profit. Gave it to you live.
That's true. Fuck. Nice to wake up early in the morning, check out the live stream, make some money, go back to bed, eat some tamales.
Give the stop loss as well. Pretty, and I know my stop losses are a little degenerate based off closures, but a 3-hour closure, that's not that bad. Our quarterly median is right at $118,000, so it's very, very close. That 2-day setup playing out towards 115, or that 4-hour God mode buy signal playing out towards 115. Very, very close to that quarterly median. Might as well just go ahead and tap that quarterly median. Then it's going to be hitting. It's going to be hanging on right there, all fresh for the tapping. It's going to be like that meme that Elon likes to post, where it says, "Me trying to live a productive life," and then it shows like a prostitute on the bed saying X. Now we shall switch into the momentum chart. Currently up about 13%. Nice. On the fuck it, let's just do the 6 month just for the fun, just because it's funny. So right now, 6 month. Oh, this is Apple. I'm fucking retarded. I was like, why does this look kind of bearish? On the 6 month, volatility is expanding from the lowest level it's ever been. Momentum is about to break its way into the critical zone and is pointed up as long as you're above $30,100. Hey, maybe
volatility kind of like turn around and now it's pointing down. No,
it's still above the moving average, though.
Yeah. Okay. Just something to look at.
Yeah. So if we get a close below the moving average, then that'll be a confirmation.
Still, as right, 4 months to go.
Yeah, it's a long time. Oh shit! I hate it whenever I move my meme lines. All right, quarterly volatility is expanding from the lowest level it's ever been at, entering into the critical zone, and we're pointed up above $60,600. Where's this 5 EMA right now sitting? Oh, 78,000. Monthly is now starting to flip down. It tried to expand on volatility a little bit, tapped the moving average, and then it flipped back down again. What's likely to happen though is if we close this candle green, which is over $102,768, which we do have a 78% chance of doing, this is going to actually confirm volatility expansion. We're going to get volatility expansion for the first time ever since about our original Hamas setup of 2023. And when we got that setup firing off, when Hamas started becoming explosive, we went up about 297%. Not too bad.
Just a small amount.
It's just a tiny little 297%. Trump did that in like 10 minutes.
And then volatility went down along with price in another 10 minutes, down to $20.
It was all because of that fucking Melania coin. Melania ruins everything.
Everything. God damn it.
she's going to use it to buy Baron longer legs.
Dude, unbelievable. Bitcoin's 98,000, Solana 208.
Holy shit, we've pumped massively.
What a
God.
pump.
I patting myself on the back again for longing the absolute bottom once again.
Well fucking done, sir.
I promise you it's not always like this. It may seem like it. For anybody who's watching.
There's many dark nights alone in Farhan's room with his cat.
Because next time I post some trades, somebody's gonna full port it and then it's gonna get stopped out and then they're gonna come at me.
Yeah.
Like this one dude on the Discord, I will not name any names, but guys was like, I just lost 50% of my portfolio copying your trade. And I'm thinking like, I explicitly said this is very high risk.
Yeah, and also how?
Because he was using a 25x leverage.
Oh my God. We never learn.
Yeah, so like sure, you're gonna get 3 or 4 that hit, you're gonna make a lot of money. And then the one that doesn't hit, you're gonna lose half of your account. Then you're back to where you started, even lower.
No bueno, sir.
And the one thing I've learned from Crown is that the way to visualize drawdowns is if you take a 30%, 50% loss, you need a 100% gain to make that money back. It's a lot more difficult.
Mm-hmm. You basically need to double your money at that point.
So it's best to focus on minimizing your losses instead of chasing your gains, because you can't trade if you don't have any money.
Well, yeah. I mean, that to me is what learning the basis of trading is. Like being able to just minimize your exposure if it goes against you. That's it. Like that's what it comes down to in my book.
Yeah, basically all there really is. Because the only thing you can guarantee is losses.
Yeah.
And now on the monthly, we are starting to flip back around once again on momentum after being to the downside. And we're bouncing right at the edge of the critical zone, and we will be pointed up as long as we're above $92,700. Last time we flipped back up within the critical zone was right over here, right around December of 2023. And then we went up another 74.5%. Interestingly enough, 74.5% from here would take us very close to that $169,000 target. Hmm, 171 is 74%. Maybe 169,420. Anyone? 169,420. Going once, going twice.
Come down, George.
The weekly candle is now turned green. While momentum is still to the downside, we want to see is either on next weekly open, this come back down towards the bullish control zone and momentum pivot goes down, or what would be even more bullish though is in this next 13 days, 9 hours, we close above $108,000. If that happens, then these next, these next couple of weeks are likely going to be quite fun. Unless you're bearish and shorting. Then you're going to get your cheek spread.
Mm-hmm.
Weekly is now back above the 9 EMA after getting a nice little wick below it. Made an ever so slightly higher low above this low here at $89,000. Volatility on the weekly is giving you a setup right now where we're at 0% volatility, giving us another one of these little setups that we had all the way back around Hamas setup of 2024 before the election. Momentum is now starting to flip back up. It's going to close down in the next 6 days and 9 hours, but the curvature is to the upside if we close below 101,800. gives you more of a probability that we're likely to close this week above 101,800. Because if we don't, then it's going to start curving back down. It's going to reject the critical zone, and then we likely break these $89,000 lows. And then because of how significant that level is, the cycle top is probably in. 5 day is very close to firing off that setup. We're at about 8% on our volatility after dropping below to 0% for many periods. And we're going to, once this goes back above 15%, we would have an 85% chance of a 30 to 35% move in the direction of stochastic momentum. Right now, momentum is pointed down as long as we're below $103,100. But volatility has not expanded yet, so it's not actually exactly relevant. That fucking hurts. This dude just dug his claws into my leg. That's what I like about dogs over cats is they don't have those razor sharp claws.
Well, that's why also I never do lives with Tata, dude. Tata just fucking rails me. Like there's no way. She chews on me. She fucking jumps on me. If she's bored, she wants to piss me off.
Yeah, this dude has free roam in the house. It's actually his house, and I'm just living in it.
Yep, that's exactly how it goes.
On the 2 day, we are getting volatility contraction along with the derp of death, which you could argue has played out since we've tapped the 55 EMA. And momentum is going to be to the downside as long as we're below $104,500. Muchas gracias. Gracias. Daily is now, giving us that volatility setup. We're above 23%. And right now, momentum is kind of to the downside. We're dancing right on the edge. It's going to be down if we close below 89,900 or 98,000 or $99,000 to be safe. If we close this next 8.5 hours over $99,000, that's going to be very significant because we're going to be closing, rejecting the bearish control zone along with volatility expansion, and that likely takes us up very fast to our current all-time highs. Should see like a $10,000 move within days, like probably less than a week if we close over this pivot. If we close below this pivot in the next 8.5 hours, very bad, very, very, very bad, because then this setup will apply to the downside, and we're very likely coming down to this 200, right around $78,000. Maybe a little bit of a bounce there, going to be a pity bounce, very short-lived, to the 80s maybe, and then we're going to probably nuke pretty hard to 60K.
So 90, basically 99. We want to close above 99.
Yeah.
If not,
we want to close today over $99,000.
Yeah. Okay.
4 hours now contracting on volatility after hitting a period of 100%. Not quite confirmed contraction yet because we're still above the moving average, but it's kind of giving you a front runnable sign. And now momentum is breaking back out of the critical zone and is pointed up as long as we're above $93,030. A little bit lower. 2 hours already confirmed volatility contraction, while momentum is rejecting the critical zone, pointed up, about to enter into the bullish control zone, and we're pointed up above $93,700. So all of the higher time frames are still quite bullish. The 6 month has a pivot of $30,000. The 3 month has a pivot of $60,000, and the monthly has a pivot of around $90,000, which lines up right with our current wick low. If we lose that $89,000 area, very likely that this shit's probably fucked for a good couple of months, maybe a year or two before we can try some upside again. And likely we go towards some, this is my bias, $45,000 to $48,000. It's not going to be, obviously it's not going to be a straight line down. There's going to be bounces in between, but it's going to be sideways and down overall. Basically how we went up for the last 2 years of just sideways and up, it's going to be that to the downside. Where in the last 2 years, you could have just closed your eyes and just blindly bid on any single like significant red day and you would have made money. It's going to be like that to the opposite. You can just blindly short any big green day and you would make money. So it's okay. We'll be fine whether it's a quote unquote bull market or a bear market. Just trade the direction.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's the significance of our monthly pivot. We do have a 3 month hidden bullish divergence still active. As of right now, to confirm it, we'd have to close below 58,800. A little bit unlikely for this period, but on this next one, after it opens, our pivot is going to be 91,100, which is a lot more easy to do. And once that's confirmed, we're in a bear market, because I'm not even going to say probably, because we have a 100% statistic. So I'm willing to be clipped for that. That if we confirm the bearish divergence, we're in a bear market. because we have 100% probabilities in my favor. So that's one time I'll take a chance of being clipped without throwing in a cover my ass in there. On the 2 week, we also have possible bearish divergence, which will also be confirmed below 91.1. And if that confirms, it'll bleed into the monthly. The monthly will confirm, and then we'll have our bear market. And as of right now, we do have on the 2 week, we've corrected all the way down to the 9 EMA. On the monthly, we've corrected down to the 5 EMA. Usually, the two areas we like to hold if we're still maintaining our uptrend, and we're not going to get a long form consolidation and down. Every single time that we close below those, we've gotten several weeks or a couple of months of consolidation before we actually started moving up again. That was like the summer of 2023 and the summer of 2024. But as of right now, we are bouncing heavily off of those. And not only that, if you go even low to the lower time frames, you're starting to get momentum starting to flip up on the 4 hour. You're getting the jewel giving you a God mode buy signal, telling you that if these lows hold, we very likely continue expanding this 2-day setup to the upside, hitting us around somewhere around 120s. Then the 5-day setup will fire off, and that takes us into the 150s. Invalidation for all of this is if we break our current lows around $89,000, then we're in a completely different ball game, and shit's probably fucked.
What if you just close today under?
Then you get a retest of $89,000.
Okay, and then that'll be so. That's first, and then everything is cooked after if it happens. Okay,
it's just very, very unlikely that we'll bounce at $89,000 if we close below 99 today.
Got it. Yeah, you're adding the probabilities basically.
Yeah, it's not impossible. It's not impossible that it'll close over $89,000 if we close below 99.
No, it's just highly not probable. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. We're gonna do Nvidia afterwards, so hold on to your panties, sir. Thank you. Vale. Es hora de ver el Bitcoin. Oye, es que este Bitcoin chino, ¿cómo está subiendo de precio, tío? Está subiendo mamón hoy, ¿no? Después de la gran caída de ayer, justamente dimos un trade en vivo para todos los que lo pudieron tomar cuando estaba por ahí de, ¿qué fue? 93, 94. Estamos en 98. Excelente movida del precio.
I apologize to interrupt you, but something pretty badass has just happened. Somebody on Discord tagged me. They just took that live trade I posted, and now they're posting. This is probably degenerate leverage, but 220%.
I'll share it right now with everyone as soon as we're done. Ahí está, alguien tomó el trade en el Discord. Felicidades, perro, y te llevaste 200 y cacho por ciento. Por cierto, eres un cerdo por ponerle todo ese apalancamiento, pero bien hecho. Bien hecho. Nos lo llevamos entonces a casa. Chingada madre, Elite Trading Academy, haciendo más dinero, tío. De eso se trata esto. Suba el mercado o baje el mercado, nosotros siempre vamos a estar divirtiéndonos haciendo dinero. Nos da absolutamente igual la dirección. Ok, Bitcoin, damas y caballeros, hemos tenido una jornada bastante interesante estos últimos días. Yo creo que varias jornadas, sobre todo la semanal, donde vimos al potente Bitcoin simplemente de la semana pasada, ¿no? De los 106,000 a los 96,000 y de los 96,000 nos dio continuación hasta los 91,400. Estuvo bastante fuerte los movimientos, pero bueno, vamos a empezar rápido en la trimestral con Bitcoin, como siempre, analizando un poco de lejos para poder asegurarnos que estamos viendo las cosas bien. Para toda la gente que esté viendo esto por primera vez, vamos a empezar rápido. Estamos ante una tendencia alcista en la trimestral. Estamos por encima del promedio del 9. El 9 está por encima del 21 y el 34 comienza a popular. Cada una de estas velas son 3 meses, solamente para que sepan. Y como decimos que estamos en una tendencia alcista, estando por encima de tu promedio del 9 en una temporalidad de este estilo, nosotros lo calificamos como alcista. Así que estamos en ello. Más allá de eso, estamos haciendo altos, altos más altos, altos más altos, altos más altos, y tienes la fórmula de bajos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos, lo que nos pone indudablemente en una tendencia alcista e indiscutiblemente, brother, indiscutiblemente. Aquí abajo tengo mi volatilidad. Esto es un indicador que se llama BBWP, y me encanta, es bastante fácil de usar. Lo voy a abrir, le das 2 clics. Parte de arriba es el 100% volatilidad, parte de abajo en el azul es 0%, esta línea meme es 15% y la ponemos en el 15% simplemente para ver cuándo es que revienta por encima de. A nosotros nos encanta ver cuando la volatilidad cae por debajo del 15%, se queda acá un rato, crea periodos de volatilidad nula con barras azules y de ahí explota. Una vez que sube por encima del 15% es lo que nosotros consideramos volatilidad expandiendo, o también en este tipo de situaciones donde la volatilidad es la línea de colores, el promedio es la blanca. Cuando tienes el punto más bajo de toda la historia en esta tabla en volatilidad y después superas el promedio, esto es expansión de volatilidad, básicamente. Y esta expansión de volatilidad se está dando y apoyando el movimiento a la alza. Así que por ahora, en la tabla de 3 meses no tenemos nada que decir, es simplemente así de sencillo. Voy a poner el promedio del 5, a ver dónde está en la mensual. Denle 50 minutos a mi TradingView, por favor, en lo que lo hace. Ahí está. 78,000. Lo voy a dejar solamente para este y el promedio y el mensual. ¿Ok? Mensual. Vamos a ver en la mensual. Ok, en la mensual obviamente estamos viendo la misma estructura. Venimos por primera vez después de esta vela en noviembre a retestear el promedio del 5 y tuvimos un potente rebote a la alza después de retestearlo. Más allá de eso, igual creando altos, altos más altos, altos más altos, altos más altos, etcétera. Bajos más altos, bajos más altos. Bien, estamos por encima del 5 y el 9 en la mensual. Esto es una tendencia alcista en nuestro libro y vamos a voltear a ver volatilidad. Volatilidad nos hizo una finta, iba a comenzar a expandir por acá. Recuerden que lo estábamos viendo y en vez nos rechazó como la mujer que te rechazó en la prepa, igualito, así nos rechazó de plano a la primera. Luego dijo, qué asco me das, Salo, por favor deja de hablarme, deja de insistir. Pero bueno, eso ya son otros problemas de los que hablaremos después con mi psicólogo. Por ahora vamos a ver la tabla. Bitcoin está cotizando en 98,500 y esto es muy importante, señores. Les voy a dar los pivotes para que esto se vuelva bajista. El pivote bajista en la mensual son $93,000. Tienes todavía 25 días y 9 horas para cerrar esto, pero si llegas a cerrar abajo de $93,000 la mensual, esto instantáneamente estaría cocinado y empezaríamos a probablemente buscar objetivos a la baja. ¿Ok? De nuevo, faltan 25 días y 9 horas de que se puede ir a $300,000 millones o caer a cero. Así que es bastante tiempo en esto. Volatilidad contrayendo, ya les dije, después de ser rechazada por el promedio como su tío Salo, por todas las mujeres. Luego, también en nuestra tendencia de 2 semanas, aquí ya no voy a usar mi promedio del 5, ese ya no es relevante. Acá lo que queremos simplemente es estar por encima del 9, estamos por encima del 9 y aparte el 9 está por encima del 21 y todos los demás promedios en orden, perfectamente chulos. Acá habíamos tenido el setup de Hamas antes, que fue esta salida de la volatilidad de por acá y luego llegamos simplemente al más o menos 65% y nos rechazó y ahora volatilidad está contrayendo en esta temporalidad. Acá el punto pivote para el precio en cuanto a momentum se refiere en la de 2 semanas es 91,100. Faltan 13 días y 9 horas, básicamente la mitad del mes, para cerrar esta vela. Si esta vela cierra por debajo de 91,100, este pavo está cocinado. Si no, todo sigue para arriba y todo muy bien. ¿Ok? Ahí está, visto. Y ahora vamos a empezar en la mensual y aquí ya les puedo poner mi tablita de arcoíris porque todos somos iguales, ¿no? Güey, deja de decir mamadas. Ok, ya. ¿Les gustan los argumentos que tengo conmigo mismo? Toda esa fue mi preparatoria y secundaria. Alguien tenía que discutir conmigo y yo era el único que estaba dispuesto a hacerlo. Ok. Aquí estamos viendo básicamente un gran rebote y un front run a la parte baja de la zona azul que se encuentra en 90,268. Esta es la semanal. Nuestra media acaba de bajar bruscamente a los 101,367. Esto es bueno porque si podemos treparnos por encima de la media, nos va a dar una alta posibilidad de ir a los 115,214. Obviamente, primero visitando la media, una vez tomada en los 101,000, podemos empezar a pensar en estos objetivos en el 115,000. Por ahora, nos gusta y no queremos cerrar debajo de 90,268. Vamos a ver volatilidad. Volatilidad en esta temporada, en la semanal, está pintando un setup, ¿ok? Tenemos volatilidad nula, tenemos volatilidad en 1,19%. Un periodo nulo, una semana nula de volatilidad y el promedio continúa contrayendo. Esto quiere decir que vamos a tener más tiempo y van a haber más periodos de cero volatilidad en lo que se reseta la volatilidad, a menos que algo extraño pase, y nos va a dar un nuevo setup esto. Recuerden que estos setups pagan alrededor de 30% a la alza o a la baja. Tenemos que ver a dónde está acompañando el precio. Vamos a la de 5 días. En la de 5 días pueden ver lo mismo que le estaba diciendo. Tienes 2 periodos de 5 días de volatilidad nula. Volatilidad ya por encima del promedio, pero esto no cuenta. Queremos que suba por encima de esta línea meme verde en los 15%. Una vez que esta volatilidad suba por encima del 15%, vamos a tener un setup y vamos a ver para dónde está apuntando. Por ahora, la de 5 días es roja. Y eso cambia en los 104,751. Si podemos expandir volatilidad transformando esta vela verde, se va a ver muy bien. O cuando sea, ¿no? Porque este cierre todavía falta un día y 9 horas. Vamos a ver cómo se da. Lo bueno es que en 5 días estás por encima de la media, estás peleándote justamente con el promedio del 9, que está en 99,694. Una vez que logres vencer eso, vas a tener tu viaje gratis a los 109,000, básicamente, buscar retestear esos altos históricos. Y de ahí, una vez, si lo conquistas, tu probabilidad más alta va a ser de irte al 50% en 113,814, que también es un alto histórico. Ahora, vamos a ver la de 3 días. Divino. En la de 3 días venimos hasta la zona del 61,8% en este Wicazo a los $91,000, 91,218. Tuvimos el gran rebote, estamos de vuelta dentro de la zona azul recuperando el promedio del 21 y ahora vamos a ir a hacer todo lo posible para poder recuperar el promedio del 9 y nuestra media que está entre los 100 y los $103,000. Recuperando la media en los $103,000 con este cierre en 2 días y 9 horas. Viaje gratuito a los 110,946 es lo más probable, pero si no lo recuperamos y nos vuelve a rechazar, aquí estamos viendo para abajo y ahora también la volatilidad está apuntando para abajo, así que no tenemos nada por acá. Aquí es donde está lo importante. En la diaria, aunque no lo crean, aunque no me lo crean, vean esta vela, esta es una vela totalmente alcista, si es que llega a cerrar, por ejemplo, tal cual está. Esto es un hammerhead. Eso quiere decir una cabeza de martillo. Tienes el cuerpo delgadito y la parte alta es el 25%. Es lo contrario de una vela topera. Una vela topera es esta, un hammerhead es esto. Este hammerhead nos diría que la siguiente vela, si esto cierra en 8 horas y 12 minutos tal cual, vamos a tener una buena probabilidad de ir a visitar la zona azul en los 90,000 y de ahí a ver si podemos brincar a los promedios. La cosa es, volatilidad en la diaria está expandiendo por ahora y empezó a expandir cuando estaba en rojo. Vamos a ver si esto se llega a voltear y cambia completamente todo. Si eso llega a pasar, se va a empezar a ver bastante bien la cosa. Lo que quiero poner enfrente de todos ustedes es esto. Bastante sencillo. Voy a poner mis altos y bajos. Quiero que vean esto. Tenemos el bajo más bajo por acá en los 89,982. Tus siguientes oportunidades fueron acá. Has visto que esta línea la hemos tocado una en la parte izquierda, 2, 3 y esta es la cuarta vez. Si llegamos a seguir empujando esta línea más y más, se va a romper a la baja. De no aguantar la zona de los 89, para nosotros este mercado está completamente cocinado. Si esto llega a romperse a la baja y tienes un cierre abajo de esto, un cierre, no como Nvidia, o sea, como Nvidia básicamente ahora. Si tienes un cierre abajo de esto, esto probablemente sea tu bye-bye. Mínimo por ahora estás justamente en la parte media del canal. Quieres superar esa parte media en los 99,000, que son 99, básicamente 99,500. Si puedes irte a los 100,000 sería ideal el día de hoy. Hoy simplemente no quieres cerrar por debajo de 93,000. Pudiendo aguantar esos 90, pudiendo aguantar en los 99,000. No, el punto, discúlpenme. El punto pivote de hoy está en 99,500. Tenemos que cerrar arriba de 99,500. Si no cerramos arriba de 99,500, esto podría tener más downside, más empuje a la baja. Así que pongan muchísima atención acá. Tienen sus puntos pivotes, saben perfectamente dónde están parados. 99,500 es lo que estamos buscando el día de hoy. Con eso estaríamos bien, olvidaríamos un poco más de ir a la baja y empezaríamos a ir a buscar a esta zona. Atentos también porque el 9 está cayendo sobre el 21 y esto nos demuestra algo de debilidad con todo este pompazo. Atentos a si esto es un rechazo a la baja. De nuevo, te quedan 8 horas y 10 minutos para cerrar esto. quieres simplemente cerrar arriba de 99,500, que es la parte alta de esta vela. Si lo logras, alcista. Si no, empezaremos a probablemente ver un poco más de lado y bajista. Pero aquí tienen el Bitcoin así de fácil para todos ustedes. Y por cierto, si quieren caerle al Discord de Elite Trading Academy, aquí lo tienen. Aquí está en la descripción de abajo para que se lleven todos estos deliciosos longs, shorts, etcétera. Tienen los análisis de Alex. Es súper fácil de usar. Todos los menús están a la izquierda. Tienen el análisis de Alex. Se llevan algunas señales absolutamente gratis, igual que los de Farhan. Tiene el chat general por acá para platicar tomaron los longs del trade de Bitcoin. Bien.
Live, nice pump.
Dude, 99,600. There you go. What a fucking mega pump. ¿Qué más? Tienen acá. También tienen nuestros enlaces de socios por lo que necesiten por acá para que no se vayan no le vayan a picar a algo que no quieran. Y Criptolingo, por si estás aprendiendo qué es lo que estamos diciendo y no es claro, aquí está básicamente puesto todo eso. Ahora, si quieren tradear con nosotros, los quiero invitar a nuestro sitio en Elite Trading Academy. Lo voy a poner en español rápido. Esto es absolutamente gratis, ¿eh? Simplemente te metes en tutos, cómo tradear en Bluffing, por si quieres tradear futuros con nosotros. Y aquí lo tienes. Tienes un video de 5 minutos que te explica cómo hacerlo y tienes aparte el enlace para poder ir directamente ahí. Aquí está todo. Si es lo que necesitas, aquí está para que vengan a tradear futuros con nosotros en Bluffing. De nuevo, esto es absolutamente gratis y te dan todos los beneficios que cuando te sumas a un exchange de depósitos, etcétera, para que le caigan. Vámonos con Nvidia. Estamos listos a todo color. Are you sir ready for some
Yes,
Nvidia?
sir.
Let me see. Do we have it here? Yes, sir. I'm ready with the sign. Fucking Jesus Christ. So prepared.
You throwing up your gang signs?
No, they're not gang signs. They're just little signs. I'm going to get some LED signs, though, from Tony.
Yo, what's up, homie? It's Tony.
He's the best.
Some funny shit happened over the weekend. On Saturday, we went out to this place with like music and like dancing and shit. I'm not into the dancing type of vibe, but when you gotta go, you gotta go.
Mm-hmm.
And we had a couple of alcoholic beverages, and just as we were leaving, this woman like comes around and starts like saying some shit in like drunken Spanish, and I had no idea what she was saying. My friend was like, "Yeah, don't worry about it, just go." Then when I left, I was like, "Yo, what was she saying?" And he said that she was accusing me of hitting her.
Of what? Of hitting her?
Yeah, and I was like, I didn't even touch the woman.
Oh, dude. That's why I don't go to clubs or anywhere. Fuck that.
And then like 10 minutes later, her boyfriend shows up, like dude full of face tattoos, like thug type.
A real fun guy.
Yeah, a real gentleman, a real sophisticated scholar. Guy starts making some problems, then eventually just says a bunch of shit and then leaves.
It's pretty fun. Mexico.
Yeah, quite fun. I'm glad I left.
Yeah, good.
Which time frame?
Yes, sir.
Let's do the quarterly. What is the high of this candle? 152.89, 153. Yes, that is forming some bearish engulfing right now. We got a month and basically 2 months left to go before this closes. If we close below $115.40, we will confirm the bearish engulfing. 115.14. We will confirm the bearish engulfing, and at an absolute minimum, we're coming back down towards this 9 EMA. And right now, the 9 EMA is sitting a little bit lower, like not a little bit, decent amount lower than where we are right now. It's sitting at about $91. We're at 117. If you do a calculation from where we are right now, a little bit of a measurement. It's about 20% to the downside from where we are now. If you take it from our current highs, about 40% down from our current highs. People are already saying it's in a bear market because it's dropped more than 20%. And you already know who's getting all of the blame for Nvidia going down. El Presidente. Orange Cheeto Man couldn't even keep the most valuable company going up forever. God, what a terrible president. Nothing. Nvidia's not going to go up only. It must be the president's fault. On what do you call it, quarterly momentum and volatility, we hit 100%. Cheeto Man couldn't keep us at 100% volatility on the quarterly. Wow, what a terrible president.
God, I hate him.
And I love it whenever I rarely ever do this because you never really accomplish anything. But like once out of the blue, I'll just respond to one of these people and be like, so was it thanks to him that we went up only, or is it only his fault whenever we hit new all-time highs and get a pullback from there? And then they always respond with, yeah, but you're just sucking off your daddy.
Yep. Pointless.
Doesn't accomplish anything. On the monthly right now, we've rejected getting into the bearish control zone on momentum while we're bouncing right at this 9 EMA. Right now, if you notice, our momentum went significantly lower than every single low we did it right here, but we made higher lows, giving us a possibility of hidden bullish divergence on the monthly. And to confirm that, we would have to close a little bit difficult right now. You'd have to close over our current all-time highs at $153.13. You close over that, though, this shit's probably going to get quite explosive. This last time we had hidden bullish divergence on this thing was here. After we got this hidden bullish divergence, the confirmation was on this candle here. Then we went up about 148% after that hidden bullish divergence was confirmed. That's not too bad, right? Just a calm 148% on the world's most valuable company. Not that bad.
That'd be nice.
What I really love about Nvidia being the most valuable company versus Apple is when Apple was the most valuable company, shit barely moved. Nvidia loves volatility.
And signing kitties.
Oh yeah, Jensen it's gonna biologically create a 3-kitty pair to sign. And if we confirm that hidden bullish divergence, we're coming from such low levels on our volatility at like 6%. Momentum is just rejecting the bearish control zone. That would take us to the bullish control zone. High probability we go somewhere around the 88.3%, which would be topped here and be topped here at the 88.3%. That right now sits at about $275, $276. That is almost a 100% move from where we are right now. Oh, it's actually more than that. It's 133%. Is that sure? Is that real? Yeah, because I can't do the math. I'm retarded. 260. Because you double 117, that would take you to 230. So yeah, it's one of those instances where I can't do the math. Hey, I never claimed to be a mathematician. On the 2-week, we are breaking into the bearish control zone. Volatility is pointed up. Jewel is flipping down into a sell signal, losing the bullish control zone. Not looking the best on the 2-week. As of right now, we've opened below the 21 EMA. We held it on a closing basis, so we have not closed below it just yet. So what the bulls want to see for Hopium is for in this next 11 days and 6 hours for us to reclaim this 21 EMA, and then we likely get a move upward back to retest our current all-time highs, which right now is sitting right around the median at about $157. That will only happen though if we reclaim this 21 EMA. Once we reclaim this 21 EMA, once we retap our current all-time highs, very likely we go quite higher, because I don't know about you, how many people have started to claim that the top is in for Nvidia and it's to Hades from here and it's never going to break $150 again for the next year or 2 years. Once you see that, starts to push you more towards the bullish side. Starts to makes you think that how many people have accurately called the top like this before? Not very many. I feel like we would get one more push up, get everybody omega bullish, thinking we're going to go towards $500, and then we start the bear market. Weekly is now within the bearish control zone. Volatility is flipped up. The jewel is now flipped around into a sell signal. Weekly is not looking very good either. And on the weekly, we've already lost a 21. For the weekly, what we don't want to lose right now is our current low of the 55 EMA. If bulls are able to step back into control, they want to use this 55 EMA as a spring back to our current all-time highs. It's going to be a little bit much. Probably doesn't happen in this weekly candle. Probably going to take like 2 or 3 weeks for that to actually play out. That would also go along with February being a very bullish month for Bitcoin. Fingers crossed that will actually happen, and that we don't get our first February in an odd year that doesn't close green for Bitcoin, because as of right now, we have 100% of February is in an odd number year closing green for Bitcoin. whereas 78% of all Februarys have closed green. So no matter which way you look at it, probabilities are in your favor in Bitcoin closing green. Nvidia breaks down is going to be a little bit less likely. Still doesn't invalidate the statistics for Bitcoin. It just makes it a little bit less likely. Makes it a little bit more likely that 22% chance might play out. Because 22% chance is not the same thing as 0. That's what some people, especially people in our Discord, can't seem to understand. That probabilities are not certainties. As long as there's not a 0% chance of something happening, it can happen.
Yeah, I think it's everywhere. People have this idea that there are people that can read the market and just call everything that happens 100%. Again, this is all about like just not fucking up or fucking up the least.
Because you're gonna fuck up, but you gotta make sure every time you fuck up, you don't destroy your account.
Exactly.
There was a whole stretch where these like two guys specifically would, because me and Alex were wrong one time. Anytime we posted a trade, they'd be like they're on a demo account because we were wrong once. That's why if you notice, I made a little bit of an inside joke whenever I posted that P&L card, and I was like, "Give it live. Who wants to accuse demo account now?" God, I fucking love people. Endless source of
entertainment,
comedy.
Mm-hmm.
On the 5-day, we are starting to flip back up on momentum. The volatility is still pointed to the downside. Oh fuck! Oh my god, I hate when I do that. Volatility is still pointing to the downside. What will confirm volatility expansion is if we can close over this meme line. Right now, the meme line's at $124.40. Very likely, if we close over that, volatility will start expanding, and that will activate our leg up towards our current all-time highs. Doesn't tell us if we'll close over them or not, just that we likely get a retest. And we'll see. We'll get some more confirmation on the RSI chart. Momentum is still within the bearish control zone on the 3-day. What we don't want to do is close below this wick low. If we can close above this wick low, that will confirm a swing failure pattern, and then we very likely retest our current all-time highs. But if we close below this current wick low at about $116.25, likely coming significantly lower, probably down towards 100 EMA, which right now is at about $107 for that round psychological 100 number. Probably get a little bit of a bounce here, and then you likely go a little bit lower towards the 90s, which was our original targeted area, right to this bottom meme line in this 95%. And this is where we likely find, if not a macro bottom, at the very least a local bottom for a significant bounce. 2-day is now right on the edge after we've lost this 100 EMA. What we absolutely want to do within this next maximum 2 closures is reclaim this 100. Because if we close below it, bearish retest into it, reject it, then we're likely going significantly lower towards 90s. And right now, momentum is trying to pick back up on the 2-day with volatility still technically pointed to the upside, but it's still over the moving average. So if we can close over that 100, momentum will break back into the bullish control zone with volatility support, and that takes us towards our all-time highs. On the daily, we are still within the bearish control zone, but we're hitting very extreme levels. We're at 96.85%. Probabilities are now against the odds are now against the possibility of us continuing lower from here. What's more likely is that at the very least we get a mean reversion, which right now would be a bounce to the upside. What goes along with that is that we're at the 95% range on the HPDR. So that gives us only a 2.5% chance of continuation from here. It gives you a 97.5% chance of a bounce. As of right now, we do have a silver cross to the downside. So as long as we reject this meme line right here, that would just be a bearish retest. That would be right around our 100 EMA as well. And that if we get that will also be a retest of the silver cross, and very likely we go towards the 90s from there. We close over it, then all happy days. The silver cross is likely going to be invalidated, and we probably go back towards our current all-time highs. 4 hours also getting that bounce from the 90s on the HPDR. We're a little bit over the 88.3%. We just keep dancing right around that number at 117.33, where momentum is pretty heavily to the downside. Volatility is pretty heavily to the upside. Oh my God, Fibonacci jumped up on top of the ventilation thing. Buddy, you cannot fly. I wonder when he's going to realize he can't fly.
Hopefully soon.
Yeah, because we're on the 11th floor. If he thinks he can take a fly off the balcony, he's probably not going to survive that.
Nope.
So if we do close over this 88.3% right now, $173.33, likely coming back up to this meme line. possibly tap this 38.2% right on 125 to like 126. That's going to be the area where if we are bearish, we're going to put in a lower high rejection and then end up going towards the 96. We're bullish. We'll close over this area. We'll fill this gap and go straight towards our current all-time highs. But if we are bearish, this gap would act as a very good bait to trap bulls to be thinking that we're going to fill this gap, end up never filling it and just nuke from there. So we can go up or down.
Is what you're saying.
Yes. Is Nvidia. Very interesting to see that Nvidia is down about 3% on the day and Apple's down over 8%.
That's because of the trade wars, no?
Oh yeah, I think so.
I think they, by the way, they ended the one with Mexico today, like 30 minutes ago. Yeah.
Really?
Well, yeah, because now Mexico's going to send 10,000 troops to the border to like secure it. And Trump said, we'll pause the tariffs for a month.
So he got what he wanted, basically.
Essentially.
On the 6 month, we still have, and by the way, Nvidia stuff doesn't really come from, well, this is going to trigger you. It doesn't come from China. It comes from Taiwan. We still have hidden bullish divergence active on the 6 month. Although, can we argue that the divergence has played out because after we confirmed it, we moved up about 260%. Not bad, right? We already hit the critical zone. We're already within the critical zone. So as of right now, that also makes the $115 very significant. Is if we lose $115, which is also our wick low, we would break below the critical zone. We are getting our first extreme on volatility. So it kind of does line up with the idea of us getting one more sweep of the highs, get everybody bullish again, put in our double extreme, and then get the bear market. And to confirm this bearish engulfing, because a lot of people are calling bearish engulfing on Nvidia right now, but the thing that grinds my gears is when they don't know how to confirm engulfing, because it's not just simply closing below this candle's open, which would confirm the engulfing. You got to close below the lows.
The entire thing. Yep.
Yeah, that's why they called it engulfing, because it has to engulf the previous candle. And right now, to confirm a bearish engulfing, you have to close below $90 and, oh, beautiful, 69 cents. Unless you close below there, it's not a bearish engulfing. What's a lot more easy is the bearish engulfing on the quarterly. Because right now, we have slightly higher highs, but we're getting a sharp rejection. So if we close below on the quarterly at $115.14, that would confirm the bearish engulfing, and then we very likely dump significantly towards this 9 EMA, which right now that's at that $90 number. And that $115 significance is also that's our critical zone. Monthly, lower high, higher high. There is possible bearish divergence on the monthly on Nvidia, just like Bitcoin. To confirm that bearish divergence right now on this monthly, you would have to close below $116.25. Not that far off from where we are right now.
$1.
And that would take us towards the 21 EMA, right around the 90s. Whereas monthly volatility has almost fully reset after getting a double extreme. Right now, we're at 22%. Last time we started expanding was right about 30%, and the time before that was about 20%. So we're getting right around the point where we should expect some volatility expansion. 2 week has confirmed bearish divergence. You can argue it's played out because we've already tapped the neutral zone and we tapped the 21 EMA. Continuation of this bearish divergence would be a close below $116.25. Then you likely come down towards the 55, and that's at right around $90. Very interesting. And invalidation of the divergence will be a close above $148.97, $149. Weekly as well has bearish divergence. We've tapped the 21, tapped the bearish control zone.
Ooh.
Kind of arguable that it has played out. Confirmation of the continuation of the divergence would be a close below $116.25, and that would actually not be just not pretty. That'd be quite ugly, because then we'd have a volatility set up to the downside. and we'd likely break towards this 100 at about $90. Very interesting. As of right now, it is slightly leaning bearish though, because we have confirmed bearish divergence with volatility expected. It's not a death sentence until we close below these lows at 115.25. Then we probably go towards the critical zone, and it's not telling us where that number is. What's telling us, but it's a kind of a ridiculous number. It's very likely not going to go to this number, likely towards 90. But watch it go straight to 35, and everyone told me I said it wasn't going to go there. 5-day also has many drives of bearish divergence confirmed. We've tapped the 55. Confirmation of further downside would be 116.25 below, close below. Takes us towards 100, also around 90s. 3-day, multiple drives of bearish divergence. Lots of bearish divergences on this thing. And confirmation would be of lower would be below. Same number, 116.25. Likely brings us towards $100 first for a little bit of a bounce, and then towards 90s. 2-day one is kind of one of the more bearish ones, because we have a confirmed close below this 100 EMA. We have yet to get a retest of it. We have, I guess you got a retest right here, which was a deviation. If this one rejects right now on this next tap of this 100 EMA at around $120, that is going to be quite devastating, because then we likely go towards that $90 area right there at the 200. No, that's high. Or is it lower? It is slightly lower, I think. Yeah, it's slightly lower than this low here. But price made a lower low, so there's no divergence. Not lower than this one, so there's no hidden bullish divergence. And now the 4 hours put in some hidden bearish divergence off this lower high right here. Confirmation of lower will be a close below, what is this number here? 116.25. Same number again.
116.
Yeah, that number is the number to hold unless we want to break down. If we close below that, then we're likely to go towards the critical zone. And right now, the critical zone sits at $85.63. Also fits my bias. Very nice. Confirmation or invalidation of this hidden bearish divergence will be closing over 127.85. Close over that, then the divergence is invalidated. We likely make our way towards the bullish control zone, and that would go along with the retest of our current all-time highs. A little bit of a sombering detail is right now quarterly momentum is starting to flip down. We do have basically 2 months to go, and Nvidia does like to show some volatility, so anything could happen in the next 2 months. But as of right now, we are flipping down, and we're going to be to the downside as long as we close below $143.
43, yes.
The last time we flipped down on our monthly momentum was right here. That was the last time we got an actual significant correction, and we dropped about 68.79% to the downside. It was only 0.21% more than that.
Just a very small correction.
It's a very small correction of 68.79%. If you started out with 100 pesos, you now have about 21.21 pesos left.
Not bad.
Yeah, not too bad. Just making a higher low before you go up again, right? Although this time it actually did. A little bit of a nicer detail, though, is that on the 6-month momentum, it's still pointed to the upside. We're working on getting a double extreme right now on our volatility, and we're going to break back into the critical zone as long as we're above $65.70. The last time we had this set up was right around here. Flip back up, broke back into the critical zone, and then we got a move up of about 840%. Just a calm 8x, almost 8.5x. If we did 8x from here, that would take us to almost $1,000. Not saying a little bit of a, what is the word? Asterisk. I'm not saying we're going to $1,000 for all the retards. You got to make that clear, because people love to misinterpret what you say.
You know what? After all this time, I figured that people just don't understand.
They hear
You
whatever
can,
they want to hear.
yeah, you can be as clear as you want. There's literally, dude, I've been the only idiot for a year saying that the DXY, the dollar is going to go higher. Like, I'm the only one. Everybody's like, nah, it's going to come down. When he was at like 90, people were like, all right, it's cooked, whatever. I was like, no, this shit's going up for a year. And there's one guy that every day on every post that I make comes and tells me, you said the dollar was done. How fucking stupid do you feel? Every day. I don't say anything because I think it's hilarious, but that shows like literally no comprehension whatsoever. They're just like, this is what I maybe heard one time, I don't know when, and they stick with it. And then I started doing like other type of analysis, and I realized no, people are just listening and figuring out whatever they think is whatever they think. It's not whatever we say. So I think just, you don't have to be that stern on whatever you say, because the reality is they're not going to get it either way if they're not going to get it.
Yeah, they just want to say whatever they want to say. I mean, it happens to Crown, and nobody can be more clear than him when he's like, above this level, we go up. Below this level, we go down. And then it ends up one of those things happening, and they're like, I thought you said we were going to go up, or I thought you said we were going to go down.
Mm-hmm.
But the reason why I feel like the dude keeps coming back every single day is he wants to get a response.
Of course. Well, yeah. It's just like the guy that comes and posts my. By the way, can I say something? It's incredible. The other guy's not really thinking. This is why I let him. Like, the worst thing this dude thinks he can say about me is that I said something wrong 3 years ago. That is like as bad as he gets in his world. How fucking amazing is that, dude?
That's probably said something wrong last week.
That's why I let him just continue, because I think it's fucking hilarious.
You can never block, because once you've blocked, you've lost.
Yeah, you let him. I had him blocked. I unblocked them all.
Yeah, once you block somebody, they get the satisfaction that they've pissed you off.
Yeah.
When they don't realize, like a lot of people don't just block you because you pissed them off. They just don't want to see your shit anymore.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
But they'll take it as they pissed you off, and I can't let them have that satisfaction. I'm too petty for that.
I agree. Me too now.
Finally met somebody who can match my pettiness. It's very rare. It's very rare to find somebody as petty as me.
Yeah, here we are. This is why we're friends.
And on the monthly, we have that basically full volatility reset after the double extreme. Not looking the very best right now, because we are pivoted to the downside. We are breaking the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down below $134.25, 50 cents. We have a month left to go, so anything could happen in that month. If this does breaks the downside, momentum flips down, very likely this volatility expansion will play out to the downside. And then you better hope and pray $90 holds, because if it doesn't, this shit's going to break down real hard. Very likely it's going to go somewhere around 60s probably, if that 90, and that lines up with our 55 EMA. If that $90 area does not hold. And $60 is more than a 50% dump from our current all-time highs. 2 week is rejecting the critical zone, pointed down below $138.60. Weekly is pointed down below $141.60. As of right now, this probabilities are to play out for the downside for this weekly setup. I don't have the statistics behind it, so I can't just make them up and bullshit you. I only have them for Bitcoin. That's the only thing I trade. Looks like we were putting in a nice little higher low on Bitcoin after breaking 99.
Yeah.
5 days giving you a setup as well. Can't bullshit you because I don't have the statistics. We're getting a derp of death, and we're pointed down below $134.40.
When was the last time you got one of those?
On the 5 day, let's see.
Yeah.
There's a very strong argument to be made that our cycle top is in.
There it is.
Right around here. Right there. So then we dumped from there.
I mean, yeah, that was the bear market, dude. Straight. Yeah.
Yep. About 58% down after we confirmed the derp of death. Just for shits and giggles, how much is 58% down from here? I believe that's $60.
At 170, yeah. I mean, it would be 57, 58.
Yep, about $58. Right along that $60 number. Another piece of confluence that if $90 doesn't hold, we're gonna go to $60. And Cheeto Man's gonna get blamed for the world's largest company dropping by more than 60%.
He did it. God, he's the worst.
He personally, what do you call it? Sent their stock down. He was putting in sell pressure.
That's right. God, so mean. He's so mean.
He used his entire net worth to short Nvidia at 10x. On the two, it'd be absolutely hilarious if he did that with Bitcoin whenever everyone was expecting the executive order. Bro goes and shorts it with 10x and then doesn't announce anything until the next day.
That would be so fucking badass.
I would love him even more. That's why I like CZ. People are like, "Oh, how are you not disgusted by how by how CZ trades against his customers?" Because everybody does that. Every single exchange does that. It would make him no different. And let's be honest, if you were him, you would do the same shit.
Oh, dude, all day, every day.
I've mentioned this before, but before Binance was number one, there was an exchange called BitMEX, which was number one. Arthur Hayes used to tweet shit like that out on a weekly basis, where he'd be like, "Daddy needs a new Ferrari. Time to run the pleb stops." He would openly joke about trading against his users.
Fucking the man.
Because he can see where your stop losses are. On the 2-day, we are still getting volatility expansion with the move to the downside. Even this one's bearish. We're pivoted down below $130.70. Let's see if I can find some bullish hopium. Not even on the daily. We're getting volatility expansion. The only hopium is that we're getting a little extreme on volatility. We're at 93%. Doesn't mean we can't go lower, because it can go to 100% and it can stay there for a good amount of time. The market can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent. And momentum is pointed down as long as we're below $120.78, right along our 100 EMA. Four hours already started contracting after many periods of 100% after this quite nice dump that we had. This was not only a dump, but we gapped down by about... Gap down of 13% is pretty insane on the world's largest company. Tried to flip back up on momentum. Pathetic move back up. Failed, flip back down, and we're pointed down as long as we're below $120.50. Another piece of confluence for $120. All right, so basically the only real time frames right now that are still bullish or that are technically still bullish are like the extreme time frames, like the quarterly and the 6 month. Everything below that is pivoted to the downside. A little bit of hopium though is that the monthly volatility has fully reset after getting a double extreme. What would be the bullish hopium for now is if we close over that 9 EMA and the 100 EMA, which is around $120, which is also our momentum pivots on the lower time frames. That'll give us a very likely retest of our current all-time highs. Close a weekly below $115 though, likely break towards $90, very likely. $90 doesn't hold, we're likely going towards $60. So right now we're in one of those zones where you can go up or down. Probabilities are that probability is a little bit higher that we go toward the downside, because we are getting volatility setups on the weekly and the 5-day. I just don't have the statistics behind them, so it's possible they could have played out. I just don't know what the average move is. If the average move has not been played out yet, then we'd likely go towards $90, and that'll probably fill the average move, because then we'll be down about, was that 150 to 9, almost 50% down. Very likely that's the average move. If not, then this thing is fucked and we're going to go towards $60.
All righty. Well, thank you so much for that, dude. We're going salamis next.
And then us breaking down towards $60, trigger warning, will probably be a Chinese invasion of the sovereign nation of Taiwan.
Politics, geopolitics. Thank you. Ok, vamos a analizar Nvidia rápidamente en la trimestral. Este es el último time frame que se ve alcista, pero, estimados, este es una vela que, por cierto, le falta 1 mes y 29 días para cerrar. Por ahorita es envolvente bajista, ¿ok? Esta vela de acá, mínimo, aparte de eso, tienes altos más altos, ¿no? Bajos más altos, por lo que la estructura en sí continúa alcista. Luego, pones tus promedios, lo empiezas a ver, está en 90 el mensual. el del 9 y nuestro 21 está en 58. Déjame ver dónde está el 5 en esto. En los 110. Ok. En los 110 en la trimestral. Si en los 110 perdemos, si perdemos los 110, no se va a ver nada bien esta cosa. ¿Ok? Ahora, con eso dicho, en la trimestral tenemos volatilidad en extremos y ahora está contrayendo, por lo que no tenemos absolutamente nada que nos diga a dónde va esto. Vamos a la mensual. Mensual, alto, alto más alto, y estamos buscando crear un bajo más alto que este en los $90. Si podemos aguantar esa zona, esto simplemente es una estructura alcista, tal vez esto no sería tan en picada y esta línea la movería más como para acá y podría aguantar más, pero por ahora esto parece ser la zona del breakdown para mí, a mi delicioso gusto. Esta es una vela envolvente bajista también, esta no. Esta es una vela topera y esto le estaría dando básicamente a la vela topera un poco de seguimiento. Eso es bajista en general y tienes a la volatilidad mínimo reseteando para un movimiento. Esto es la única temporalidad donde nos da un poco de hopium a que no se está yendo todo al nepe, pero es la única. Ahora van a ver por qué. 2 semanas. Tenemos 2 semanas, estructura alcista, obviamente. Lo que pasa es, rompimos esta diagonal, ¿no? En esta tendencia. Y además de eso, coincide que se está cayendo el precio del 21, lo que nos debería decir que el 34 sería nuestro siguiente objetivo en los 105. De no aguantar los 105, siguiente objetivo está en los 97. Y de romper los 97 a la baja, esto pintaría demasiado mal. Ahora, volatilidad está reseteando, está apuntando para arriba, pero está por debajo del promedio, por lo que no nos está diciendo absolutamente nada en Nvidia, absolutamente nada. Vamos a poner la semanal. La semanal podemos ver un poco más de lejos. Aquí es donde se pone la cosa bastante fea, porque este setup de volatilidad que viene de básicamente 4 periodos de nula volatilidad está expandiendo y está expandiendo en la bajada. Si esto continúa y esta volatilidad continúa expandiendo hacia abajo, esto se va a cocinar, pero muy rápido, y tu siguiente objetivo va a ser el promedio 100 que tienes acá en los 90.79. Además de eso, tienes al promedio el 9 y el 21 por primera vez. ¿Desde cuándo fue la última vez que intercambiaron lugares? Acá atrás. Esta fue la última vez que el promedio el 21 y el 9 se fueron al revés. ¿Qué fue lo que pasó y cuáles son las fechas? ¿No? Vamos a ver, desde esta vela hasta abajo, estás hablando de un 50% de bajada, ¿ok? Esa fue la última vez que el promedio del 9 y el 21 cambiaron de lugar. No ha pasado desde entonces y está a punto de pasar. ¿Cuánto nos pondría ese movimiento de acá a 50%? Básicamente básicamente en $60, por ahí de los $60. Ni para qué medirlo, es bastante fácil sacar el número. Sería obviamente algo catastrófico para Nvidia, pero tienes este setup de volatilidad, que de nuevo lo has tenido apenas en enero del 2021, hasta acá se vuelve a presentar en el 2025, 5 años después. Esto puede ser un empujón muy potente a la alza o a la baja, pero tiene cara que ahorita está dándose a la baja. Atentos ahí. 5 días, un poco de lo mismo, volatilidad expandiendo justamente en lo mismo, pero no viene de un periodo de cero volatilidad, pero sí debajo del 15%, dando este movimiento a la baja. Vamos a ver si esta vela puede aguantar. Aquí es donde tenemos un punto bastante importante, el nivel de los 116. Si no podemos cerrar por encima de este nivel de los 116, que es el 61.8%, vas a tener bastante camino para caerte hasta los 104. Y eso empieza a pintar bastante mal la situación acá para Nvidia. Vamos a la de 3 días. 3 días un poco de lo mismo acá. Estamos justamente en la zona del 78% y acá es los 14, siguiente objetivo, 107. Tienes volatilidad expandiendo en la caída en esta de 3 días y eso es bajista de a madre. Vamos a la de harina, vamos a la diaria. Aquí, para que vean, es donde está todo súper, súper sencillo. ¿Qué estamos viendo? Estamos aguantando esta tendencia alcista. Dentro de la tendencia alcista pudimos ver que Nvidia cada que cayó era cosa de cae y subes, cae y subes, cae y subes. Esta vez que tuvimos que fue diferente. 1, tienes un cruce plateado a la baja en la diaria. 2, tienes consolidación bajista. Una vez que haces esto, tienes esta caída acá y tienes este estilo de movimiento, ¿qué es eso? Una bandera bajista. ¿Y qué le da la bandera bajista? Continuación. Es lo que normalmente hacen. Y en este momento sí jugó la continuación, caímos de esta zona, perdimos el S&P 200 que está en 122 y ahora estamos en 116. Un cierre por debajo de esta vela, que son 116.30, que es justamente donde nos estamos peleando, va a activar absolutamente toda la bajez de Nvidia a niveles que no se pueden imaginar. Queremos recuperar esto. El primer objetivo va a ser poder cerrar por encima del S&P 200, arriba de los 122.64, y de ahí podemos empezar a pensar objetivos a la alza. Por ahora nuestros objetivos son a la baja. Tiene cara de que esto se quiere ir mínimo a los $90 y de ahí podremos seguir platicando. Pero Nvidia tiene oficialmente, ha destruido toda esta estructura, toda esta, porque había creado mínimos más altos y ahora creaste mínimos más bajos y ahora empiezas hasta acá. Siguiente lugar a testear son los $100. Si los 100 no aguantan, siguiente objetivo, $90. Atentos, una vez más, eres alcista en Nvidia, quieres cerrar arriba de los 122.64 velas diarias y estás hablando de mínimo 3. Y si eres bajista, que esto es lo que probablemente va a pasar. Cuando caes de un canal, cuando estás viendo esta línea, tienes la caída. Lo que va a hacer Nvidia va a ser esto. Todo el mundo va a creer que va a subir y luego te va a dar el bajón potente. Eso es lo que va a hacer. La oportunidad va a ser la entrada aquí, cuando vengas a retestear esta línea meme, y ahí a la baja, no al revés, no al revés. Esto es bajista de puta madre. No sé por qué tengo que decir groserías, honestamente, Alejandro. Qué pelado eres. Ok, ready with salamis.
Genoa salami.
Salami.
They also have some pretty good salami here in Mexico. Not quite Italian level, but much better than what we got in America.
Oh, yeah. Oh, dude, we love our cold meats. Even though that sounds disgusting, but we do love them.
Yeah. I know how you like your cold meat.
I actually like my meat warm, but hey, each their own.
Okay, I'll do the Binance chart because why not? Our favorite Chinaman. So on the monthly on Solana, we got a rejection of this median. Usually, whenever we get a rejection of the median, we get a retest of at a minimum the 5 EMA, if not the 9 EMA. Right now, we came all the way down to the 9 EMA. We made an ever so slightly higher low off of our January lows, which right now is at about $168.88. These things love to tease me like that. We're just slightly away from the perfect number. 12 cents higher, and we'd be at $169. We couldn't have that. $168.88 is our line in the sand right now. Break below that area, we're very likely going to come back down to the 21 EMA, which lines up with 38.2%. That's about $143. At that point, it's going to start to look quite worrying, and it's going to look like we're probably putting in our cycle top, and we're probably going to end up breaking down. This likely what coincides with Bitcoin confirming our 2-week bearish divergences. We're going to have to, as of this moment, pray that doesn't happen, and that's just a scary thought in the back of our minds. And it's not going to happen as long as we're above $168.88. What we want to see within this next monthly close, we have about 25 days and 8 hours, an absolute eternity in cryptocurrency land, is we get another test of this median. Right now, the median is sitting at $289. Our current all-time highs is $295. We actually went that high. It's crazy. I guess I wasn't watching Solana. That $300 level actually became quite the trap. We dumped from there 40%. Holy shit. Wow. A nice little correction of 40%. You got 100 pesos, now you got 60 pesos left. I love using the peso, analogy. And right now on the monthly, momentum is pointed to the downside with volatility pointed up. So this is going to confirm as a volatility break to the downside if we do lose this basically it's current low, about $168.88. Then we'll get a volatility set up, and we likely go significantly lower. I don't think this $143 level is gonna hold. To be honest, it's likely gonna break down towards the bear market, And my current bias, my current opinion is our bear market, and I could easily be wrong, I'm usually wrong, is that the bear market bottom on Solana is going to be somewhere around $60. Because if you notice where our initial breakout happened, it's right over here, right above $60, where we went absolutely vertical. And that's where we reversed the trend too, because this was our lower high. So we closed over that lower high at about $60, $59.30 if you want to be exact. And that's where basically just started going up only from there. 2 week right now is bouncing right where we need to, right at this 21 EMA. Going to be a little piece of hopium is if we close over this 38.2%, that's at $198.51. That very likely sends us towards the top 38.2%. And I feel kind of retarded to give this number out right now because it's so ridiculous. But that would give us probabilities of going towards $400. Which would make sense, though, I guess, if you want to do cryptocurrency terms. Reject 300 the first time around, the second time around, smash through it. We're approaching the bearish control zone on momentum, where if we close below 38.2 at $198.51, this momentum likely breaks into the bearish control zone with volatility pointed up. That's going to bring us likely at a minimum down towards this 100 EMA, and the 100 EMA right now sits at $100. That's more than a 50% dump from where we are right now. But if we do hold the 38.2%, we're going to reject the bearish control zone. Volatility is going to stay to the upside. And that'll give us the perfect setup for hitting $400. Hey, now I'm gonna get the reply, guys, in my mentions talking about. Didn't you say we were going to go to $500 a couple of months ago?
100,000,000%.
Momentum is now flipping back up on the weekly. Volatility is a little sideways, still technically to the upside. We haven't gotten the close yet. If we close over this median, volatility will flip up. Right now, median's at $190.42. Salud. That likely takes us up towards closing over the median, very likely to 61.8%. Right now, the 61.8, which we topped out last time, 61.8% right now sits at $317, new all-time highs. And then momentum is going to make its way into the bullish control zone with volatility expansion from 0%, and all bets are off. Let's see if I can find a comparable thing for momentum broke back up and volatility was at 0%, right off of these lows right here. So we went up about 146% off of those lows. Let's just do a calm 100% off of these lows. It's about $400. Fits my bias. 146% brings us to $500. So I would be right from several months ago. Five-day. Now, 5 days is a little bit worrying because we're rejecting the bullish control zone, but at the same time, volatility is pointed down, signaling that this is likely a correction of 40%. Not a crash, it's a correction. Came all the way down to this 55 EMA, still over the median. So what I like to see is that, or what bulls like to see, is that we, despite getting this 40% correction / crash, we're still holding the median. As long as we're holding the median, probabilities are that we would test this 38.2% again, which right now is at about $238. Close over the 38.2%, then we're likely to go towards the 78.6. Right now, it's at $375. Very close to my $400 area, so it fits my bias. Nothing nicer than when something fits your bias. On the 2-day, we are starting to flip back up on momentum. Volatility is still to the downside. It gives us probability of hitting the median. Right now, median is sitting at about $244. That would break this projective high right here. We get a close in that area. That would be a closure over the median. That likely sends us over $300. Right now, our first target is about $305. And see where our momentum came. Yep, momentum right now is lower than all of these lows while making a higher low, giving us possible hidden bullish divergence on the 2-day. To confirm that divergence, same number we'd have to close over, $241.82, basically our median. That would send us over $300. Daily as well, momentum is starting to pick back up. Just about to get over the out of the bearish control zone. Volatility still pointed down. Gives us probabilities of hitting the median. Right now, the median sits at about $235, $236. That would also be bring us towards the edge of reversing this trend, confirming that 2-day hidden bullish divergence and sending us back up. It's crazy how whenever this thing corrects, it corrects by like 40%, and then whenever it expands, it's by like over 100%.
Salamis.
And Bitcoin is back to $99,000. And the 4-hour is now giving us a change of structure, where beforehand we were rejecting this 5 EMA this entire way to the downside. Now, not only have we closed over the 9 EMA, the 5 EMA, we've closed over the 9, and we've closed over the 38.2%. And as of right now, we are using this bottom 38.2% as support to spring us up. If we close over this 38.2% at $207.12, volatility is coming from about 14%. Momentum is going to reject the bearish control zone, start flipping back up. That takes us very likely towards somewhere around the 78.6%, which is also a tap of our 100 EMA, right about $230. Close over this area, then we're likely going towards all-time highs, confirming the 2-day divergence and taking us towards over $300. Check the divergence. Ding! So monthly does have possible bearish divergence in play from these highs right here to these highs, making significantly lower highs on the RSI. Confirm it, we'd have to close below 100. Oh, very nice number. Same number as before, $168.88. That will confirm our bearish divergence, and then this thing is probably getting the Chinga to moderate treatment. Coming back down towards $90. I love cursing in Spanish. So much more satisfying than cursing in English.
I know, like the words hit with strength.
It's just so much more powerful.
Yeah, there's a force behind it.
On the 2-week, we have confirmed hidden bullish divergence, which will be invalidated if we close below $168.88. Same number as before. Very cool. Very nice. Thank you, Kanye. Very cool. And the confirmation for move to the upside will be closing over 273.29. That'll take us towards the critical zone. And right now, the critical zone sits at $531. Likely moves. I'm not saying it's going to $531, but target would be the critical zone. Whatever number the critical zone is, once we're hitting it. As of right now, the critical zone is at 531. Maybe it'll move down. Maybe it'll move up. Don't know. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's going to $500. Not opening up myself for that. In a past life, I was a lawyer.
I can tell.
On the 5-day, we have 3 drives of bearish divergence forming, and we will confirm it if we close below $220.89. We got a day and 8 hours left to go. That's not too promising. Although it's only like what, 10% move up? That's not really that much for Solana. It likes to move 10% in like 15 minutes. So 10% is not too difficult to move up in the next day and 8 hours. Plus, that's what, like 32 hours? It's an eternity in cryptocurrency land. If we confirm that bearish divergence, we're likely going to go towards the bearish control zone, and that takes us towards about $170. I'm not sure if this area is going to hold, to be honest, because...
Wait, where do you confirm it?
Confirm if the close below $220.89.
Damn, it's going to be tight.
Yeah, we got about 32 hours left before that's confirmed. Mm-hmm. That'll likely bring us towards $170. That area is right around this 100 EMA. Bulls are absolutely going to have to step in here, or this shit is fucked, and it's going to go towards $90. 3-day, nope. A little bit of hopium here is that we have some inverse head and shoulder from the 3-day RSI. Confirmation above to break it would be a close above 244.70, which would take us over that median, taking us towards the critical zone, and the critical zone right now is also $500. Imagine on this last leg of the uptrend or bull market or whatever you want to call it, the people actually end up being right, and it does the Ethereum from 2017 and goes to $1,000.
That would be incredible, but I doubt it.
And then from $1,000 towards $80.
Dude, yeah.
Exactly what Ethereum did.
Unbelievable, right? It really fucking, he went to $1,000 and then he got to 80. It was an 80 flat. It was like 87, 88, right?
Yeah, and then it went from there towards $4,800.
Yeah.
That was the most legendary trade of all time for anyone who bought under $100.
Ever, yeah.
That dude, Ben Baller, put in 70K at like 100 something bucks, $100. At the peak of the, not even the peak, when it started actually like really going up, his 70K was over $1 million.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, yeah, way more from before.
4 hours now giving us same sign as Bitcoin, giving us a God mode buy signal on the jewel. Already breaking out of the bearish control, just about to break out of the bearish control zone. Let's just see if we can find some similar instances of the God mode buy signal on jewel within the critical zone. This one is not a God mode, but it's within the critical zone, so we'll draw a vertical line. This one is a God mode, not quite the critical zone, but we'll just draw a vertical line. God mode, just at the edge of the critical zone. No God mode, but critical zone. Damn, this thing likes to dump hard when it dumps. It goes to the critical zone a lot.
Oh, he doesn't play games. He likes to fuck around.
And then find out.
And then, well, we all find out, not Solana.
It's like it's like the meme that El Presidente posted on Truth Social, where they vow to respond with tariffs, and he posts FAFO.
Yeah, I love that. Everything is now a meme, even presidential talk.
The first person to turn politics into a meme.
Yeah. Well, he brought the comedy. He's the one who did. But I gotta say, late Joe Biden was really funny because he didn't know
unintentionally though.
Yeah, when he was looking at the helicopter and everybody's looking at whoever, and then he's just looking the other way around. Like, come on. That was fucking classics. There's a lot of comedy in the presidency.
Oh yeah, so much. Although the one thing I can say that I did miss quite a bit is whenever markets are dumping, Mr. Orange Presidente will come on CNBC to pump the shit out of him.
Oh yeah.
So this jewel signal was a failure. We flipped back up, but this one wasn't a God mode. This was just in the critical zone, and it failed. And then we dumped about 14.5% from there. If you would, I guess you would consider that a failure because most rational people would have gotten out after a 14.5% dump. But then after that, it did end up moving up about 49-50%. So it depends on how much of a degenerate you are to consider that a failure or not. Anyone with decent risk management would have gotten out. This time around, we dumped about 7% before moving up about 14.5%.
Quite disappointing.
This one was decent. This one caught the bottom. This one we moved up about, come on. Fuck. Fucking A, why can't I do it? Please be patient. I have autism. About 13 to 14%. Seems to be that 13 to 14% number. It keeps coming back up. This one, after it flipped back up, we went down about 7%, and then to the upside of about 48%. So the two numbers we've seen to show up twice now are 48% and 13 to 14%. Any more? One more. This one seems like a failure. We dumped about 18% to the downside, and then from there went up about 21%. That one was most rational people would consider a failure. This one didn't even really get a drawdown. No, not at all. Moved to the upside about 46%. Very, very similar numbers that we're getting. Was that one with the God mode? Let me confirm. No, it was not. Where's the next God mode? Nope, not even a God mode. And this one was also a failure. Yeah, 13.8%. Most rational people would get out unless you're a degenerate gambler, which I proclaim to be. A move up about why can't I get this? 37%. see. I think we've looked at enough examples. So as of right now, if we do break into the bullish control zone, we get a close over this $215.79. Let's just apply 20% from here. It brings us back towards not quite all-time highs, but basically where we broke down, closing over this lower high right here, and that would give us a retest of our all-time highs. Unless we move up here and make a sharp rejection and then make a bearish engulfing, then all of that goes out the window. It can go up or down basically in that scenario. And if we do the other moves where we got in about 45 to 48%, brings us just over our current all-time high. That's my bias right now. Is that we'll get that move and then slightly sweep our all-time highs, maybe get a little bit of a rejection there to get people thinking that we're making a swing failure pattern of our current highs of 295, and then run it towards $400. See if there's any divergences forming. Indeed, because we have significantly lower momentum than we did right here, while we're making a higher low. So we do have possible hidden bullish divergence as well. Many drives of possible hidden bullish divergence. Where's the momentum chart? I need to turn this AC up a little. It's getting a little too hot. I love how in Mexico there's not really any central cooling. Every room has its own little unit.
Yeah. I mean, and also this is one of the problems of building concrete. It's hard to build those ducts.
Is that why we have them in America? Because his walls are made of cardboard.
It's way easier to modify the property, and it's also way better for insulation of temperature. So if you're really cold, when you're in concrete, it gets fucking freezing. Like you feel it in your bones in a different way. And when it's really hot, it gets really fucking hot too. So yeah, the fucking paper walls in here just keep it better. But the problem is, you get a fire, you're done. Yeah.
But thank God we don't get any of those extremes here in Cancun. It's like SoCal without the homeless people.
It is pretty nice. Yeah, it is pretty nice.
Although Tulum is kind of a scam. I hate Tulum. Tulum is shit.
Yeah, not my thing. That's where little fucking annoying people go.
99.9% green goes in Tulum.
Yep.
Then me, no soy el turista. Yo soy el mexicano. On the monthly, we are flipping, trying to flip up on momentum. As of right now, it is still to the downside. 25 days and 8 hours to go. Absolute eternity in cryptocurrency land. So if the Bitcoin statistics do play out, very likely this Solana will close green, and that will. Our open right now is about $231. That will keep this to the upside, breaking us into the critical zone. The last time we broke into the critical zone was right here. We moved up about another 62% before a correction, and then ultimately about 134%. That's the hopium right now, is that the Bitcoin's statistics will play out, closing this green, keeping momentum to the upside, and then from there we probably get another one of these absolute vertical moves. 2 week is now to the downside with contracting volatility, rejecting the critical zone, and we're pointed down below 255, basically 254.69. Weekly as well as contracting on volatility, while momentum is struggling to try to turn back around. As of right now, it's still to the downside. We're right at the edge of the bullish control zone. So we can flip up in 6 days and 8 hours, close above $236.85. We will maintain the bullish control zone. And usually when that happens, we end up getting quite the aggressive move up. I'll show you some examples. Right here, we maintain the bullish control zone, moved up about, 130%. See another comparable example, maintaining the bullish control zone. Here, $105%. Here, $368%. So it seems to be that every single time that we've maintained the bullish control zone and flipped back up, we've got quite the nice move up. But on the opposite hand, every time we've lost the bullish control zone, we've got quite the nasty dump. Yeah, quite the nasty dumps. So that tells you right now that if we do close this weekly below $236.80, what's likely playing out is that Bitcoin statistics are not going to play out, and it's going to put odds heavily in the favor that $109,000 plus 295 is our cycle top. But right now, we'll close our ears to that possibility. We can't be using the we close our ears to the possibility that the top is already in.
Yeah, we know that's impossible.
No way. The market wants to make us all rich. No way it'll do that. The market wants to get me a Lamborghini Huevos Revuelto.
Exactly. It's itching to give you the money.
Yeah, I can't wait to give it to me. It's like one of those. It's like Dave Chappelle when he was off of the crack and was scratching his neck. Like, you got any more?
You got any more of that crack?
Peanut butter and crack sandwich. 5 days as well, not looking very pretty at all. Rejecting getting out of bearish control, and we're right on the edge. We'll flip up as long as we close over $210. We got 1 day and 8 hours to go. About less than $2, about $1.30 up from here. We'll break out of the bearish control zone. Volatility will remain to the upside, and then we likely rapidly go to all-time highs. But if we close below this number, we rapidly go down. Up or down? 2 days now rejecting the critical zone, pointed down below $255. Daily is now starting to flip back up, though, and we're approaching a double extreme on our volatility. So what likely does happen if we do close over $207.88, also dancing on the edge, we'll flip back up, we'll reject getting into the critical zone, giving us a double extreme, and that likely takes us back towards our current all-time highs, maybe swipe above it, get a double extreme, get some consolidation, and then whenever people are thinking there's a swing failure pattern and momentum of volatility completely resets, then we likely move from there into the 400s. And 4 hours are already starting to flip back up with volatility contraction. As of right now, it is still technically a bearish setup as long as we're closing below $244.95, $245, which is also that median. If we close above this area, then the bearish bias is now gone, and we're likely going to sweep our all-time highs. So as of right now, the higher time frames are starting to turn a little bearish. The probabilities are kind of in the favor of the bulls right now, based off just solely Bitcoin, because Bitcoin has a 78% chance of closing the month green, and then on the odd years, there's a 100% chance of closing the month green. So if Bitcoin is closing green, I find it very difficult to see Solana not close green as well, which would then keep momentum to the upside and send us up towards new all-time highs. We lose that very critical area right now of $168.88, then we're likely going to dump really hard, and we're probably going to go somewhere around $90. If that happens, I'm going to be saying the cycle top is in. We're probably going to get a little bit of a pity bounce at $90, maybe towards the 100s. Then from there, I think we're going to go towards 60.
Nice and simple. I need to figure out what's going on with my screen. Why is it going from back and forth into black and nothing? Either way, I'm sorry. That's for me, the boomer, to figure it out.
It might be because I said that non-social credit approved thing about Taiwan.
That's probably it. We're bringing Mr. Garlic Bread after this.
All right, nice. I'm gonna take a quick piss before then.
Sounds good. Thank you, sir. Vale. Estamos viendo Solana, los Solamis en la de harina, la diaria. Vamos a empezar con alta temporalidad, yo creo, para que todo el mundo lo vea. Y la historia de Solana, junto con los demás criptos, es un poco parecida a las demás, donde nos está dando pintas, ¿no? Estamos como en medio de esto. Es por eso que no me gustan los fines de ciclo a mí, personalmente, por las extremidades que existen en este tipo de escenarios. ¿A qué me refiero? Vimos que Solana pudo llegar a ser un máximo histórico de $295 justamente acá. El 295 se cortaron en 40% instantáneamente en solo una vela, en donde estamos ahorita en 207, es donde está Solana cotizando, de casi $300 a casi $200, ¿no? Estamos por encima del 9, hemos creado altos más altos, tenemos bajos más altos. Esto nos diría que estamos en una tendencia alcista. Volatilidad no nos dice nada, está sobrevendida, simplemente no hay tantos datos. Esto es Solana. Solana empezó el 2021, en abril exactamente, fue cuando salió. Ok, con eso dicho, empezamos a ver un poco de lo mismo que vimos en Bitcoin, una posible divergencia bajista en la mensual, dependiendo en dónde cerremos, y en otras temporalidades se ve alcista siempre y cuando esté arriba de los 240. Pues sí, arriba de 240 estarías teniendo cierres por acá, lo que haría verlo muy bien. Esto es a lo que voy con esos fines de cierre de ciclo. Son inmamables porque los puntos pivotes son enormes, enormes, las diferencias son gigantes. Y es parte de esto, ¿no? A finales de ciclo, y no estoy diciendo que este sea el fin de ciclo para todos ustedes, solamente estoy analizando, solamente estoy agregando un poco para todos ustedes, algo de lo que yo aprendí el 2021, que cuando todo suena más alcista y cuando estás viendo las tablas y no puede, o sea, güey, no puedes fallar, va a subir más, es cuando llegaste al tope, y nadie se lo cree. Nadie se lo cree. Cuando es lo más bajista es cuando ya todo el mundo dice, ya esto se cocinó, va a bajar todavía más. No, no va a bajar más. Ahí está. En este momento la tabla se ve muy alcista si estamos cerrando por encima de 240. Por ahora, para poder lograr eso, les voy a dar el paso a paso. Mensual, estamos viendo que tenemos cierres más altos en esta zona que en esta. Y esto también parece una excelente, por ejemplo, y no estoy diciendo que lo vaya a hacer este ciclo, pero esto también, ¿qué parece, no? El famosísimo patrón de copa, bueno, en realidad, permítanme, pondría la tasa, ¿no? Que es todo esto hasta acá y la consolidación de la misma tasa. Ahora, si esto fuera a jugar, ¿no? Y simplemente recuerden que este tipo de patrones todo el mundo los ve, son menos efectivos que, que lo que es difícil ver en una tabla, ¿no? Entonces tienes esto, pondrías esto acá y dirías, ¿cuál es mi objetivo una vez que tenga el breakout de esta cosa? Vamos a ver a dónde lo pone. Lo pone en casi $500. ¿Es posible que Solana haga eso? Es posible. En este ciclo, no sé. Vamos a ver si es que se llega a dar. Por ahora, está teniendo una subida meteórica y tiene una gran consolidación acá. Esto me gusta. Esta es una consolidación bastante sabrosona y alcista. Estás por encima del promedio del 9, encima del 21. Déjame ver dónde está el 5 en la mensual. Y estamos también rebotando en el 5. Así que por todo tipo de medidas, mínimo, por más que se esté presentando la divergencia bajista posible en esta temporalidad mensual, Solana todavía se sigue viendo muy alcista y no hay nada que me haga cambiar de opinión hasta ahora. Tienes también la volatilidad contrayendo al punto más bajo de toda la tabla. Vamos a ver cuándo se da la vuelta para expandir y a dónde va a expandir también esa volatilidad. Eso va a ser muy importante de ver. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas. Ah, por cierto, esta vela verde es una vela, la vela que cerró el mes pasado, o sea, literalmente hace 3 días. Es una vela engolfante alcista, envolvente alcista, no engolfante. Se llaman engulfing en inglés, es envolvente en español. Y eso es una vela que cubre toda la vela pasada. Y puedes notarlo, está hasta acá arriba, hasta acá abajo, el cuerpo. Para que estas tengan más fuerza, nos gustaría que el cuerpo fuera más grande que la vela previa, pero aún así sigue contando porque es una vela verde, cerró en verde, abrió en 188 y cerró en 231. Esto sí, una vela engolfante alcista. Pero para poder confirmarla tendrías que tener un cierre por encima de $295. Para cancelarla tienes que tener un cierre por abajo de los $169, que también coincide con varios puntos pivotes de Farhan, diciendo que si llegamos a caer abajo de los 168, en realidad, 168.90, esta madre se acabó el ciclo, llegamos al tope local y nos vamos para abajo a un mercado bajista, si es que empezamos a cerrar por ahí. Pero por ahora vamos a enfocarnos en dónde estamos ahora. Vamos a acercarnos un poco más a la de 2 semanas. Voy a ponerles el HPDR para que también lo puedan ver. Y acá podemos ver un poco de la historia, ¿ok? Tenemos al precio cayendo justamente al promedio del 21, que también está apoyado por esta línea meme en diagonal que teníamos acá, y aguantó perfectamente y tuvo el rebote. Ahora estamos en la zona azul. Estando en la zona azul y pudiendo tener este cierre en 13 días y 7 horas por encima de los 206, nos debería dar un viaje gratuito a los 244. Pero también nos gustaría primero poder ganarle al promedio del 9, que está en los 206.37, y esa va a ser nuestra primera zona que queremos pasar. En realidad, van a ser los 208, porque en más temporalidades aparece el 208 más que el 206, pero en la de 2 semanas tenemos eso. Volatilidad está contrayendo, así que no tenemos nada por acá. Vamos a la semanal. Semanal, vean, 203 está el promedio del 9, tenemos nuestra media en 190 y tenemos nuestro promedio del 21 en 200. Estando por encima de la media nos debería dar un viaje, una probabilidad grande de ir a los 230, una vez que podamos romper los 213, que es nuestra promedio del 9 en esta temporalidad. Podemos ver también aquí abajo, volatilidad está contrayendo, no está dándonos un cero limpio abajo del 15%, pero está dándose la vuelta. Vamos a ver cómo se da y vamos a mantener un ojo por acá. Vale. Eso es la semanal. Podemos ver también esta pinche vela. Esta sí es una vela envolvente alcista y no mamadas. La cosa es, para poder validarla es demasiado arriba en 294. 5 días. 5 días, un poco diferente acá, y es donde empieza a darnos alguna vibrilla bajista, ¿ok? Tenemos el 207, que es el promedio del 21. Queremos aguantar el 207. Si no aguantamos esto, vamos a ir a la media del canal. Media del canal está en 189. Y de no aguantar la media, vamos a quemar todo esto hasta 165, y eso nos pone en ese territorio del que hablamos, donde abajo de 168 cambiamos absolutamente de postura y decimos que esto va a ir para abajo. Más allá de eso, en la de 5 días, volatilidad se está contrayendo, todavía no oficialmente porque está por encima del promedio, pero está apuntando para abajo. Vamos a ver qué es lo que pasa con ella. Tres días. Estamos justamente abajo de la media y aquí es donde tenemos que poner atención. Esta es una excelente tabla. Me quedaría yo con esta temporalidad porque pues, no nada más me da mi bias, ¿no? Como dice Farhan, que tengo mis líneas meme justamente en la zona azul. Estamos justo en la media y el 34. Si podemos romper los 208.53 en un cierre en 2 días y 7 horas, vamos a ir a los 236. Y ahora eso va a ser suficiente y tendríamos chance para ir para arriba. Tenemos que ver, hay bastantes obstaculillos primero, después tienes el 213, etcétera. Pero por ahora lo que estamos buscando es poder aguantar la media acá y tener el cierre del promedio del 34, que está en 208.55, para poder estar contentos y felices. Y ahora en la diaria tienes el 9 cruzando por debajo del 21, tienes cómo perdimos la zona azul y hemos estado en caída libre, pero lo bueno de esto es que pueden ver en el HPDR, estamos en niveles de sobre extremo, lo que nos dice que mínimo vamos a ir de lado. También tienes tu volatilidad no solo en expansión, pero continúa para ir a darte un doble extremo, y esa volatilidad nos lo dio justamente acá a la baja. Así que tenemos que estar al pendiente de cómo va a darse esta jugada de volatilidad en la diaria. Y la razón por qué estás abajo del 100. El EMA 100 está en 208, una vez más, 17. El 208 es un número importantísimo. Yo estaría viendo la tabla, la de 3 días y la diaria, porque tienes esta zona del 61.8% en la zona verde y aparte el 100. Una vez que los pases, puedes sentirte mucho más cómodo, que mínimo vas a ir a retestear la parte baja de la zona azul, que es los 221. Por ahora este rebote ha sido muy bueno, rebotamos justamente en el promedio del 200. Les quiero enseñar esto sin el HPDR para que lo puedan ver, solamente la estructura y cómo continúa siendo alcista y por qué. Pueden verlo en Solana desde acá. En agosto del 2024 estamos siendo bajos más altos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos. Este bajo es más alto que este bajo es más alto que este, etcétera. También hicimos altos más altos, que nos quede claro. Y ahora justamente nuestro promedio del 200, el SMA 200, está en donde está nuestra línea meme. La zona de los 184 para abajo, o de esta línea meme, va a ser importantísima, tal cual como lo fue con Nvidia, donde ves que una vez que se rompió a la baja, comenzó y continuó a consolidar y luego está dando más continuación a la baja, aunque Nvidia está justamente peleando con nuestra marca, queremos que cierre arriba de 116, es lo que estamos viendo con Solana. Entonces, Solana, queremos ser alcistas, arriba del 208, queremos cerrar hoy y la de 3 días arriba del 208, de ahí 212, 216, y de ahí ya podemos decir que arriba de los 220, sobre todo acá en la diaria, donde puedes ver la parte alta de todos tus promedios en los 225, una vez rompiendo eso podemos irnos a los 240. Atentos con la divergencia bajista mensual que se puede dar si cerramos abajo de 168. 168 es un punto crítico para el precio de Solamis. Por ahora, a corto plazo, para que suba, queremos arriba de 208, queremos arriba de 212 y para que baje, básicamente abajo de 206 estos cierres, nos darían otra oportunidad más abajo. Ahora no sé si vaya a haber continuación o no, pero vamos a estar pendiente de los setups de volatilidad que tiene también los Solamis. Y ahí lo tienen. Vamos a ver a Mr. Garlic Bread y hablar de XRP, la moneda que va a cambiar al mundo digital. ¡Qué brutal! ¡Qué brutal! All right, we're ready to talk about the future of France.
Time to talk about France's future, if they even have one.
Well, did you see Candace Owens posted a video on how Macron's wife is a man?
I've heard old, but I've never heard the man thing before.
Oh, dude, it's a real man, and it's a real
Really?
man, and he or she, whatever the fuck you want to call him, was taking care of him when he was a kid. So they made it 60 when Macron was
Grooming?
16. Yeah, dude, it's the craziest thing, and it's public information.
It's almost as funny as the Big Mike rumors. Are you familiar with Big Mike?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. But by the way, she's got proof. Like,
Really?
you should watch the video. Yeah, the Big Mike one is a fun speculation thing, and yeah, she looks like a fucking total man. But on the Macron one, that's a dude. Like, I'll show you later. I'll share.
Sheesh, Macron is actually gay. I thought he was like spiritually gay, but I guess he's actually gay.
No. Actually, yeah.
Let's start with the 6 month because it fits my bias and it's extremely bullish. You can never say that I never. You can never say that I didn't tell you my bias from the beginning.
100%.
Some of these other guys will just tell you that they're giving you straight up cold facts, while they tell you it's going straight up and up only and no corrections. Didn't you know XRP is going to $100? Come on, bro. Why so bearish? At $100, XRP would be bigger than every single company in the top 10 probably combined.
I like to see that.
So right now on the 6, it is kind of a pointless time frame to look at, but I just like looking at it because it's fun. That right now in the 6 month we're getting volatility expansion with momentum to the upside, and the last time we ever had a similar setup to what we have now was back in 2017 when we did a 1000x on price. I love to point out that it was 1000x, not 1000%. That's 10,000%. Oh no. Yeah, about 10,000%. And we're also over the median right now on the 6 month. We're not over, we're just slightly below the median. Median's at $2.68. We got 4 months, basically 5 months to go before this candle closes. A lot of fuckery in 4 months or 5 months that could happen. It could even go all the way back down to 155 and then bounce back up and close over the median in about 5 months. A lot of fuckery in shitcoins like this. And I say shitcoin with love. I don't mean it in a derogatory sense. And as of right now, if we do close over that median on the 6 month, it'll take us towards the top 38.2%. The only time we've ever had a close over the 38.2% and the median on the 6 month is, if you look back, there's not much price action at all to see it, but it was back here in 2017. Say a similar setup as the HPDR momentum and the HPDR volatility. This 38.2% is going to change. It's going to change significantly, like it did right here, where it went all the way up from $48 down towards $4.40. Likely going to step down. Right now, it's sitting at about just under $16 at $15.94. What I'd like to see to fit my bias is for it to come down somewhere around the $6.38 area, which is also a target of that America pattern, if you guys remember, the United States pattern.
That's right.
Are the most beautiful patterns in the world. We've seen a lot of patterns, none of them as beautiful as the United States pattern.
What, he's the Trump, the Gulf of America. He's gonna change it to the America Cup and Handle or whatever.
The Gulf of the Cup and Handle. And right now on the quarterly, momentum is breaking into the bullish control zone. Volatility is pointed up. The jewel is breaking out of the critical zone. The bearish control zone, flipping back up. The last time that we flipped back up around the bearish control zone was right around our lows at 30 cents. And then we went from 30 cents towards $3. On the monthly right now, we are starting to flip down a little bit on momentum. We're still over the moving average. Volatility is still pointed up, but we're about to start contracting. What's going to confirm volatility contraction with momentum to the downside is if we close below this 78.6%. Muchas gracias. My wonderful girlfriend has just brought me an omelet.
You lucky
So-
fuck.
If we do close below the 78.6% right now, that's at $2.71. That's going to bring us in for some long form consolidation, and we're likely going to get a retest of this 9 EMA one more time, if not break it. And the 9 EMA right now is sitting at about $1.70. My bias is if this move does happen, we're not going to hold 9 EMA. We're going to go towards the 61.8%, right around $1.50. Make our next higher low there, and then continue back up. If we break this $1.50 area, then we can say goodbye to higher low, and we're probably going to erase this entire rally and go back under 50 cents. But community members, close your ears, because that's probably, we hope that doesn't happen. Two-week right now is giving us more probabilities that setup does not play out, because we're holding not only the 9 EMA, but we're solidly back over the 5 as well. And whenever we hold the 5, this likes to continue back up towards the upside, towards hitting somewhere around the 95% on the HPDR. Where if we close over $2.48, probabilities are that we're going to test these highs at 78.6%, which is about $3.19. That's going to be the confirmation. If you close over that, you will hit the 95%. And what I really like to see is this 95% lines up with my bias of this 161.8%. It's actually an even more perfect number at 6.90.
Damn.
One of the more beautiful numbers you can get. I believe the target of that American pattern was what, 680?
680, yeah.
10 cents below 6.9. I'd like to see the cycle top of XRP at 6.9. Then we can say stop the count. No more buying. Turn off the buy button. And right now, momentum is starting to come back down on the 2-week with volatility shifting down. We're below the moving average. What's going to confirm this as a breakdown is if we lose that 5 EMA. So if we lose that 5 EMA right now at $2.47, we're going to basically have a confirmation of this breakdown, and we're going to retrace most of this move to the upside. Probably somewhere around like $1.50 is going to be our most hopium to hold if we lose this 5 EMA. If we can hold that 150 area, which is right around the top of the 38.2%, then we can continue back upward towards $6. Lose that 150 area, then cycle top is very likely in. But as of right now, we're still holding the 5 EMA. It's just looking like a volatility and momentum reset before we try again. And if you do remember on the last live stream or two, we did mention that XRP is in for some consolidation because we have tapped the 95% on the HPDR. And last time we tapped the 95% at $2.90, we went $1 lower towards $1.90 area before breaking our all-time highs. Right now, the weekly is starting to flip back up on momentum, just at the edge of the bullish control zone. Volatility's flipped up, and if you notice, we went lower on momentum than we did in all of these areas, but we made a higher low, giving us possible hidden bullish divergence on the weekly. To confirm that hidden bullish divergence, not very helpful because it's very high up, close to our all-time highs. You'd have to close over $3.21. That would give you a probabilistic move of hitting the 88.3%, which, what do you know, fits my bias perfectly, right around my 161% at $6.54. Nothing quite like when something fits my bias. On the 5-day, we got a pretty significant dump to the downside. If we go on an open to wick basis, that's holy 5-day candle of 43%. Wow. Only in shitcoins can you get a 5-day, the 43% move to the downside in 5 days.
Isn't
Less
the
than 5
Ethereum
days.
one way worse?
I haven't seen. Let's check. I haven't really looked at Ethereum at all.
Ethereum like literally went down
Holy
$1,000 on it. Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, dude.
Let's go from open to wick low. No, it's less than
Oh, no.
XRP. 36%.
Damn.
That's actually less than 5 days because we have a day and 7 hours to go. So in about 3 days, we've dumped 43% on XRP. This is one of the reasons why I don't like to trade altcoins, because of how much fuckery there is here. We swept all of these lows right here, and we went significantly lower and then bounced back up strongly. And this would be one hell of a swing failure pattern if we close like this, especially if we close over the 61.8% at $2.69. Beautiful. That would very likely take us towards this 88.3%. Right now, the 88.3% sits at about $4.84. And then once we're that close, because we're so close to my bias, we might as well just go to my bias. With momentum right now pointed to the downside, volatility pointed down, signaling correction. And I'm pretty sure we can argue that the correction has played out with a 43% move in 3 days.
Yep.
This thing gives you opportunities to get rich on to the upside and the downside very fast. On the 2-day, okay, now this one's a little bit more crazy, because in about a day and a half, we dumped 38.6%. Wow. As of right now, we are bouncing very strongly off of, and here's also where the probabilities come in your favor once again. We wicked all the way down to the 97.5%. You only have a 2.5% chance of continuation from here. You could have taken a very high probability long at $1.86, and you would be up right now of about 51%. You wouldn't even need leverage to make money off of that. You could have just bought spot at $1.86, had basically zero risk. Well, you'd have risk, but you wouldn't have the possibility of getting liquidated, and you'd be up 51% right now. The confirmation for me that the bottom is in is if we hold this 21 EMA on a closing basis in the next 6.5 hours. We hold over that 21 EMA, very high probabilities we're going to revisit our all-time highs. Once we get there, you're going to tap that liquidity and likely we break towards $4. On the daily, we're starting to get momentum flipping back up. Volatility is still sideways a little bit while we're getting quite the hammerhead candle. From our wick lows right now, we are up 51%, where we've done not just a swing failure pattern, but a fucking hell of a swing failure pattern in all of these previous lows right here. Not only did we sweep well below them, we swept this breakout point right here too, and now we're about 6.5 hours away from closing above every one of these major lows. Which, if that happens, oh fuck, come on. And then we see momentum went significantly lower than all of these lows too, and we have a higher, as of this point, a higher closing basis, which will give us hidden bullish divergence on the daily. That probably takes us somewhere around this 97.5% where we topped out last time. 97.5% is just below my bias at $6. On the 4-hour, we went to extreme lows on momentum, just about 100%, extreme highs on volatility at 100%. We're starting to flip back around. We're getting a God mode buy signal on the jewel, starting to look in favor of the bulls right now. If we go back and see if last time we had a God mode buy signal within the critical zone, this was right around the critical zone, but not quite a God mode. But let's just mark it off with the vertical line. Right here, still no God mode. We're getting a lot of God mode sell signals, that's for sure. Critical, just about the critical zone right here. There we go. God mode buy signal. All right, now let's go back and check out what happened in price. We're going to need to zoom out a little bit because it's too bullish for me to get the whole thing in the picture. $66.8% to the upside. 28% to the upside. Only 28%. That's shit.
What is this, money for poors?
Right? Is this Ethereum? This one's quite massive.
Yeah.
$465% to the upside. This one is not as impressive.
That seems to just go sideways.
It did go up a little bit. About 8.6%.
That is
that-
sideways on XRP.
That one, yeah, that one's kind of a sneeze on XRP. We've dropped more than 8% in 5 minutes before. I think that was the last one. So we do like right now. If we and the one where we moved up 465% was off that only one God mode that we had. Right now we have the God mode buy signal, as well as giving us many drives of possible hidden bullish divergence. It is starting to look like this is going to be our next major low. And we did sweep all of our lows before where crypto started dumping because of the non-executive order. And likely, if those divergences are confirmed, right now, confirmed that divergence is going to be a close over $3.21. Very likely takes us towards $4 at the least. Because if you combine that with the God mode buy signal on the Jewel, where the last time we had that, we moved up 465%. It's everything is kind of adding up towards my bias of $6. And I'm not just saying that because it's my bias.
No, absolutely not.
I would never. I have more integrity than that. I expect to be at the next earnings call for XRP.
As you should. As you motherfucking should.
Breaking some garlic bread with Mr. Garlic Bread. No. So, nothing I can really give you. There is 3 drives of active bullish divergence as long as we're closing above $1.95, but can't really give you anything because we're already within the critical zone. Too bullish for me to give you targets. I guess the only target I could realistically give you from here is if we close over this 5 EMA at about $2.55, $2.50. We'd likely tap the critical zone again, which is at 325. That would be a close over that lower high that we need, activating the hidden bullish divergence and sending us up straight up. Weekly now does have confirmed bearish divergence. It's arguable that we've played it out already because we came all the way down to the 21 EMA and we got a 43% move to the downside in like 3 days. So it's pretty arguable that that's been played out. There's possible bearish divergence right now on the 5-day between this high and this high. Confirmation is going to be a close below $2.65. That does confirm we're likely going to head down towards probably this 55 EMA, which right now is at about $1.50. That's going to be that line in the sand the bulls absolutely have to hold, or else this shit is probably going below $1. And more likely, probably below 50 cents. That'd be the most fuck you crypto thing ever if that does happen, and then it actually sweeps the 30-cent low. XRP goes from the upper 3s or the mid 3s down to like 20 cents.
Can you imagine?
Most crypto thing ever.
Yep.
2-day as well has possible bearish divergence between this highs here and this highs here, since we have many bars in between. That would be a phantom drive of bearish divergence. So it is arguable to play out. Arguable that it has already played out by coming down to the 55 EMA. The next confirmation is going to be a close. Actually, you don't even need a close. Just a swipe below $1.76. You likely come back down towards the 55, which right now is at right around $1.50. Is that area that the bulls absolutely need to hold. Daily also has confirmed bearish divergence. The way to invalidate the divergence is to close over 295. And confirmation or continuation of the divergence is going to be any wick below $2.76. That'll take us towards this 200, and right now that's at about, that's lower than we were thinking before. It's like about $1.30. That happens, we're going to lose that 150 area, likely break below $1, probably break below 50 cents. So as of right now, we just got to hope and pray, cross our fingers, cross our toes, cross our ball sack that we're not going to drop below $1 and 76 cents. Even though we know it's not quite healthy to cross your balls, we will do it in this situation.
As long as you don't tangle them, because
Yeah.
when you tangle them, you got to go to the hospital. I know someone that had that problem.
And then if we get the hidden bullish divergence confirmed, we'll have to go to the hospital for an erection lasting longer than 4 hours. I've always wondered why you have to go to the hospital for that.
For your balls?
No, if you get it lasting longer than 4 hours.
Oh, I have no idea. Yeah. No clue. But I don't think I've ever had an erection that lasted longer than 4 hours. I don't know.
4 minutes. What do you call it? Take it or leave it.
Negotiating hard, huh?
Best I can do is 4 minutes. On the 6 month, it doesn't really give us much benefit to look at this. I just like looking at it like Bitcoin because it's funny. Is we're going to be positioned to the upside on momentum with volatility expansion from the lowest level it's ever been, as long as we're closing over 44 cents. Which is also very interesting because the situation where if we were to break down would take us right about 50 cents, right along this 6 month pivot. So technically, 6 month momentum would still be to the upside.
Even with that humongous dump?
That's just the way shitcoins work.
Yep.
Everybody and their mothers would have been liquidated, but it would still be momentum to the upside. On the 3 month, we are breaking out of the critical zone, pointed up, volatility expansion from the lowest level it's ever been, and we're pointed up above $1. Monthly is still volatility expanding, and we're still pointed up, about to break into the critical zone, and we're pointed up above 196.
That went up a lot. No,
it was around, I believe. Let's find out. Come on, this is one of my favorite features of TradingView, the bar replay function. Come on, why is it not working?
There it is.
It only works whenever I do it a lot. There we go. Yep, that went up a lot. It was at 119 before. Now it's at 196.
I remember. That's crazy.
So if we drop below that 196 number, that's going to be also losing this 5 EMA. Yeah, that's for put it in a nutshell, probably cooked. A better word I would use is fucked.
No, very sophisticated.
Yeah, muy sofisticado.
See.
I've learned that Mexican people, instead of C, like to say Simon.
Yeah, that's right.
and for no, Nelson.
Nelson. I always throw Nelson Mandela.
Oh yes, me as well. I am a child. You can consult with the girlfriend. I always say Nelson Mandela. You know, you could argue that Mr. 47 Orange president is Nelson Mandela because he did get convicted of some felonies, and then he became president after that. A little bit of sombering news. The momentum on the 2 week is pointed to the downside.
Oh man,
is rejecting the critical zone, and it's going to be pointed down as long as we're below $3.01. The hopium, though, is that volatility is contracting while we're getting that momentum to the downside, and we've only put in one extreme. So there is, as long as we're holding this 5 EMA, probabilities are that we'll maybe contract a little bit more, make a double extreme, and then get our real move to the upside, which also fits my bias, break back into the critical zone, and then flip down. Weekly has already started contracting on volatility after many periods of 100%. And now we're struggling to try to flip back up right at the edge of the critical zone. We got 6 days and 7 hours to go. The pivot is $2.67. Bulls got to push us up 5 cents by weekly close, and then we're likely to get our double extreme, somewhere around the low to mid $4 area. Likely some more consolidation there, even possible macro top. My bias is it's not going to be the macro top, go towards $6, but we'll see what happens then. But right now, as long as we're holding this, or especially if we close over this 5 EM on the weekly and we hold the 5 on the 2 week, probabilities are that we're going to get the double extreme and continue one more swipe to the upside, especially if we close over 268, which is right along our 5 EMA on the weekly. 5-day is also contracting very close to our double extreme. We are pointed down, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $3.02. Let's see if this went higher or not. It did. So there's no.
Dude, they're all going way higher, way higher.
2-day contracting on volatility.
Oh, sorry, I thought we were.
What song is that?
Oasis. Today is gonna be the day that you're too young for that. Don't worry about it. Yes, don't say it. Don't say it either. Don't say it either. Okay.
All right, I won't. On the 2-day, we are contracting on volatility after getting a double extreme. Right now, is this higher? It's higher low, so that does put possible bearish divergence on the 2-day. To confirm the bearish divergence, you'd have to close below 265, which we're about 4 cents below right now, or 3.5 cents roughly. We're deviating the critical zone, and if we confirm that bearish divergence, likely going to be fucked, because this is likely going to get another retap of this 55. Probably doesn't hold, and I don't use this, but let's just throw the 34 on there, see where that's at. Let's put, what color should we give it? Let's do this light blue. Do we have a, no, we already have a light blue. Dark blue. Oh, we're already below it. So that's not going to be a target. Only other real target I have from there is, oh, I don't have the 100. I don't have the 100 on this chart. That's why I'm the target.
It's on what? The 3-day. No, I'm on the daily.
I don't have the 100 on this layout. Yeah, so that would bring us towards the 100. And right now the 100 is right about $1.50. I love it whenever I add something and makes it fit my bias. Just remember, just add more things until it fits your bias, or change the time frame. On the daily right now, we are getting volatility expansion off this pretty nasty dump to the downside. We're at 69.84% on volatility, whereas momentum is trying hard to flip back up, rejecting the bearish control zone, and will flip up as long as we close over $2.60. We're basically over that. We're dancing around it right now. Ball sack hair above or below it right now. 6.5 hours. If we close over that area, reject getting into the bearish control zone, that'll take us back into the bullish control zone. Very likely hit our current all-time highs, confirming that 2-day hidden bullish divergence, which will then take us up towards $4, mid $4, and then eventually maybe my bias of $6. You see, if I was bullshitting you, I would have told you that 2-day divergence would take us right to $6. 4 hours now, many periods of 100% volatility. We have not quite started contracting yet, and momentum is now pointing to the upside, which is actually quite good to see momentum pointing to the upside without volatility contraction. It gives you less of a probability that this is a corrective move to the upside, and we're going to be pointed up above $2.03. So all of the extremely high time frames are still super mega bullish. 6-month pivot is 44 cents. Monthly pivot is $1. 3-month pivot is $1, and monthly pivot is $1.96.
That's where it starts to get dicey.
Yeah, that's where it starts to get a little bit close to the edge. We have confirmed bearish divergence on the weekly. We have possible bearish divergence on the 5-day and the 2-day. But what we like to see is that momentum is starting to flip back up on the higher time frames. We're getting a solid bounce from our 5 and 9 EMAs, making it more likely that we do continue back up. And if we close over the 260 pivot right now, likely we'll retest our current all-time highs, confirming those hidden bullish divergences, which then very likely take us up towards low to mid $4. I'd like to see a little bit of a correction there at the psychological $4 number. Maybe we test $3.40 from there, and then from there I would expect to hit that 161.8% extension at around $6.
Lots of hopium up there. Lots of hopium.
Lots of
hopium. I love it. I love it. I love the hopium. It's one of the best things out there. I like that.
Believe me, I've puffed a lot of opium in my day. This is my favorite type of opium.
Right after this, we got Me dolió la vejez. What is your TP on Bitcoin?
I'm looking for the 5-day setup to play out, so mine is 130K.
All right. Wow.
A little out there.
AMD after this. AMD. All righty. Thank you, sir. Vale. Estamos viendo XRP. La tabla de XRP me llama mucho la atención. Vamos a empezar aquí en la diaria rápido para enseñarles algo bastante sencillo. Pueden ver que toda esta estructura ha estado haciendo bajos más altos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos. Pero esta madre absolutamente borró todo esto. Esto no es normal, ponte tú, en una acción, ¿no? En acciones es mucho más tranquilo. En Bitcoin tampoco es tan normal. Lo que a Bitcoin le gusta hacer es más como básicamente esto, pero a muy largo plazo. Entonces, antes de que tengas el subidón de Bitcoin, te da el peor de los peores pullbacks y después explota. Pero esto rompe estructura para todo el mundo que está analizando la tabla. Ahora, ¿qué tanto la rompe? Básicamente, de acá para arriba aguanta. Una vez que rompas los 1.76 a la baja, vas a empezar básicamente acá, en los 1.5. ¿Ok? Y esto es un bajo más bajo con altos más altos, lo que nos dice indecisión, básicamente. Ok. 3 meses. Lo saben, lo hemos visto todos. Perdón, estaba usando esto de ejemplo para algo que estábamos platicando la semana pasada. Ok. En XRP, me gusta la tabla porque XRP le hizo la finta a todo el mundo, incluyendo el tío Salo, haciendo bajos más altos, pero muy pegados a los demás. Pero todas las velas, esta vela es más baja que esta, que esta, que esta, que esta, que esta, que esta, etcétera. Y además hizo altos más bajos acá, pero ya hizo altos más altos en esta zona. Además de que tuvo los cierres más altos de toda la historia en XRP en 2.08. Eso nos pone en territorio alcista, además de estar por encima del promedio, el 9.2134 a la baja. Además, la volatilidad está acompañando nuestro movimiento alcista del punto más bajo de toda la historia, subiendo y expandiendo del 30% y ahorita se encuentra en 67% y pueden ver que le gusta ir hasta el 100%. Esto quiere decir que todavía hay más probabilidades de llegar al 100% y que esto continúe a la alza en esta temporalidad. Punto pivote en la de 3 meses es $1. Pero ahora vamos a la mensual, donde también tenemos una posible divergencia bajista oculta como la de Bitcoin. El problema del pivote mensual es que ya se empezó a cerrar bastante. Está abajo de $1 y ahorita está en $1.96. $1.96 es donde está esta línea, básicamente, ¿no? La pueden ver acá. Cayendo de $1.96 en cierre mensual. Esto está cocinado, señores. Mensual. Todavía le faltan 25 días y 7 horas a esto para cerrar. Lo que también teníamos en nuestra volatilidad expandiendo continúa, porque oficialmente no está bajando, pero está apuntando para abajo. Y lo estamos viendo con esta vela roja. Qué vela tan predatoria, mi Dios mío. Potente, potente, potente. En la mensual, además les ponemos esto. Lo que habíamos platicado también antes es lo alto que está también XRP en el HPDR en temporalidades un poco más cortas. Me parece que era la semanal o la de 2 semanas donde estábamos ya en el 95%, que fue lo que nos dio un bias de que iba a ser un pullback a la baja. Y la razón simplemente es porque tenía solamente un porcentaje muy pequeño de probabilidades de poder dar continuación a la alza. No sé si era la de 2 semanas. No, es la semanal. Ok, 2 semanas tuvimos rechazo del 88.3% y ahora estamos justamente en la zona del 78, bueno, entre el 61.8 y el 78.6% encima del promedio del 9. Es bastante bueno eso. Seguimos empujando a la alza. Nos gustaría poder cerrar tal cual esta vela en 2.6. Eso nos diría que muy probablemente vayamos a visitar el 3.1, el 3.20 y nos quedan 13 días, 7 horas para poder cerrar esta vela. bastante bien, y esta vela es un potente hammerhead, una vela bastante alcista. Potencialmente, recuerda, todavía le falta toda la vida estas 2 semanas para cerrar. Lo tienes acá en la semanal. La semanal fue la semanal estábamos bueno, veníamos de extremos, llegamos acá a la zona del 78%, esta vela estaba en la zona del que es 88%, y estamos consolidando acá de lado por encima del promedio del 9. Eso es bastante bueno y bastante alcista, brother. Estamos por encima de la media, no lo perdimos, sí, nos dio un flashazo hasta abajo, nos aguantó el 21 en el rebote, rebotamos en la zona del 50%, en el 1.75, que es muy importante a tener en mente. Ok, con eso dicho, tenemos volatilidad que había estado en 100% y ahora está contrayéndose, entonces no tenemos nada por acá en lo que está pasando esto. Espérame, no vi la volatilidad en la de 2 semanas, se me olvidó. 2 semanas venimos del setup de Hamas y ahora estamos contrayendo por debajo del promedio. Bien. Cinco días, volatilidad contrayendo. El precio está siendo rechazado de la zona del 78.6% y entramos en la zona verde. Un cierre aquí abajo. Bueno, si eres alcista, quieres cerrar arriba del 269. Arriba del 269 porque ahí tienes el promedio del 9. Un cierre por encima de eso haría que esto se empiece a ver bien. Falta un día y 7 horas para ello, así que está pendiente. Estamos a nada de eso. Eso sería muy importante. Un cierre por debajo te daría una vuelta una vez más a la zona, a la parte alta primero de la zona azul, en el 2.3, y de fallar, aguantar, te estás hablando de la media en $2, y eso nos pone en territorio de esa divergencia bajista en la mensual. Tres días, volatilidad está contrayendo también por debajo del promedio, nada de qué escribirle a Papá Noel. Y acá estamos por debajo del promedio del 9. Nos gustaría retomar este promedio del 9. Estamos entrando en la zona del 61.8%. Con poder cerrar esto en 2 días y 7 horas por encima del 61.8%, eso nos va a dar una buena oportunidad de ir a los 2.8, de poder romper los 2.8, que es donde está tu promedio del 9. Podemos irnos a dar una vuelta a la media una vez más a los $3. Pero tiene que ser paso a paso, obviamente. Pasito a pasito, como diría el gran Justin Bieber. Ahora, diaria, aquí es donde se ve un poco más como problemático. Podemos ver que estamos en la parte de abajo. Esto, el HPDR te hubiera dado una excelente idea de que estás básicamente tocando fondo acá, en este movimiento donde ya te daba 2.5% de probabilidades de continuar a la baja, y literalmente funcionó perfecto. Con eso dicho, ¿qué es lo que nos gustaría ver? Bastante sencillo, diría yo. Ok, 1. Tienes volatilidad expandiendo en toda esta caída, ¿no? Lo pueden ver acá, la volatilidad expandiendo en la caída. Y ahora estás yéndote y consolidando de lado. Acá lo que estamos buscando es simplemente no perder el promedio del 21, del 30. No, cabrón, este es el 55. Ahora, la cosa es, acá se está volteando el 9 por debajo del 21. Lo ha hecho aquí antes, tantito. Pero normalmente cuando eso pasa, hay caída significante. Entonces, aquí va a ser algo que ver. Lo que queremos hacer es definitivamente cerrar por encima del 2.6, donde estamos ahorita, un poco por encima. Nos gustaría cerrar esta vela hasta el tope de la vela. Faltan todavía 6 horas y 11 minutos. Si no podemos hacer eso, vamos a tener que intentar pelear, mantener el 55. Y si lo llegamos a perder, otra vez vamos a regresar a la línea meme, que probablemente falle y no nos aguante, y el promedio del 100 es el que nos aguante en 2.15, y tenemos que ver si volatilidad expande o no. 4 horas, venimos de periodos de volatilidad, denle un segundo, ahí está, en extremos. Esto es bueno porque Momentum está apuntando para arriba en lo que estás viendo esto, y todavía no está contrayendo la volatilidad, lo que nos puede decir que esto tal vez no es un movimiento correctivo y es el movimiento que sigue. Atentos a si va a haber un rechazo en la zona del 2.8 o no. Ese sería nuestro siguiente objetivo de precio. Si podemos aguantar el cierre por encima de los 264, nos encantaría empezar a ver como objetivo, un siguiente objetivo, cerrar por encima del 2.84. 2.84 nos lleva a los 3. 3 nos van a llevar a la parte alta y eso continuaría. Pero por ahora, en temporalidades altas, XRP se ve alcista de madre. Ya en temporalidades más cortas o a medio plazo, como la mediana o 2 semanas, empezamos a ver divergencias bajistas. En temporalidad corta podemos ver que estamos literalmente en el filo del abismo y de saber, no queremos perder definitivamente jamás la zona del 1.96. Si perdemos esta línea meme de aquí abajo, en un cierre, ahí podemos empezar a decirle adiós a este gran zampompazo XRP y tal vez sea el pico de siglo. Pero si no, esto tiene camino para caminar hasta los $4 y de ahí a los $6, si es que llega a recuperar estos niveles que estamos hablando, si somos alcistas en XRP. Si eres bajista, lo único que tienes que esperar es tal vez el rechazo de vuelta en los 2.8. Esa sería tu oportunidad para abrir un corto y que se vaya para abajo. Si estás en este momento viendo la tabla XRP y no sabes qué hacer, no hay una entrada de long acá para nada. Si te llega a dar otra oportunidad en la caída, tal vez tenga sentido, pero por ahora está muy abajo tu invalidación y estás en medio de la nada en XRP. Así que no hay tanto que hacer. La primera oportunidad sería un corto por acá y tendría que tener sentido. Tienes que estar viendo la tabla en los 2.8. Así que atentos. All righty, we're going to do AMD. Is that what we said?
Yes, sir. AMD. I'm going through all of the tags on Discord right now. A lot of people took that trade.
Nice. Very nice.
Hey, watch a live stream and you can maybe get a couple of shekels.
So someone's asking, at $1, do you think XRP is a good entry? I think if it goes to $1, it's kind of cooked and it's going to go lower, no?
Yeah, it's not the dip that I would want to buy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe buy it somewhere around 50 cents then if it goes to $1.
Yeah, I think 50 cents should be kind of like I mean, that was the bottom of the bottom that's been going like slowly but surely making higher lows.
Yeah, because previously the last major low was 30 cents. And then this time around, the breakout point when it actually started going
Like
vertical
44.
was around 45 to 50 cents.
Yeah.
So that would make sense as our next macro low. So on AMD, we're going to start with the 6-month chart because this is one of the few, because it's a real stock that we have a good amount of data for, and we are approaching a significant bounce zone. If not a what do you call it, a macro low, it's at the very likely going to be at the very least a local bottom, which is the bottom 38.2%, as well as the 9 EMA on the 6-month. And that level is sitting somewhere around $110 to $109 area. Very, very, very likely we at the very least get a bounce right here at this $109 area towards somewhere around maybe 121. If we're bearish, 121 is going to be our next lower high, and then we'll probably break down towards this 21 EMA sitting at about like $78. But right now, if you look at momentum, we're getting very, very close to the bearish control zone. Volatility pointed up. If we do hold this 38.2% around $109, $110, momentum will reject getting into the bearish control zone, start flipping back up. And then if you notice, we have lower momentum than we did all of these points, but significantly higher low, giving us hidden bullish divergence. The way to confirm that hidden bullish divergence would be we have to close above $187.28. That will very likely send us up towards the top 38.2%, which right now, like, prepare yourself for it because it's a pretty ridiculous number. It's sitting at $427. That would be a move up of about, from our rejective high, 129%. Not too bad. But if we do lose that 38.2% and $109, this is going to break into the bearish control zone with accelerated volatility expansion, and that's going to take us a minimum towards $78. So as of right now, we can go up or down on the 6-month chart.
Great.
Quarterly is now approaching a major support zone as well, which is this 21 EMA, which is previously what we bounced off of to make our current cycle highs. Right now, the 21 EMA lands right up with our 6-month 9 EMA at about $105. That's at $109. Another piece telling you that this is going to be a very significant zone. Let me get rid of these meme lines because they're kind of distracting. Only really need this one right here. I guess we'll draw one right here too. So if we were to lose this $105, $109 area, the meme line is telling me that $70 area probably doesn't hold, and we probably revisit somewhere around between this 55 EMA and this meme line right here, which is about like $65 down to what is that? $55 area, which will then like kind of give us a swing failure pattern if we can close over that $70 area, preferably close over $80. Then that will give us probabilities of retapping this meme line again. But as of right now, this $105 to $109 area should be significant support for at the very least a local bottom. Right now, momentum is getting pretty close to breaking into the bearish control zone. Volatility is still pointed to the upside from 0%. So if this 21 EMA and 38.2% around $105 to $110 doesn't hold, it's going to be a pretty accelerated move to the downside because we're coming from 0% volatility on the quarterly. Why did Orange Man do this to the chip companies? On the monthly, we've already lost 38.2%. We've retested it, rejected it, and closed below it again, giving us pretty high probabilities that we're going to come back down and retap this 55 EMA one more time, which is right now very nice, sitting at $108, $109. Another thing that fits my bias. This should hold as a very nice support area, especially because it lines up on the monthly, the quarterly, and the 6 month. So you have three of our highest time frame areas all giving us that same area. And they also tell us that if we were to lose this area, we'd get a very significant dump to the downside. The target on the monthly would be the 100 EMA, which is a little bit higher than our previous targets. Because right now, that area is sitting around $84, $85. On the 2 week, we're already below the 100 EMA, with momentum starting to flip back up. Volatility flips down, gives you a probability of hitting the median, which as long as we close over this 100 EMA at $115, high probabilities we go to the median. Median right now is at $140. That would take us over this previous lower high right here, giving us very high probabilities that we're going to retest these highs of around $226. And even if you were to wait for the confirmation, people like to front run the confirmation because they want more gains. If you were to front run, actually wait for the confirmation, you would still get pretty respectable gains. That is about 71% to the upside after you've waited for the confirmation. Yeah. So you have probabilities in your favor at that point, and you're getting 71% without any leverage. What more would you like? At that point, you just take your money to the Bellagio if you want more than that. Play some good old-fashioned Texas Hold'em.
Get some crabs, not at the table, like in your room. Get some crabs and have fun.
Yeah, the one consolation prize, if you're doing that, is at the very least you'll get a free shitty buffet and you'll get a free room comp.
Yeah.
There's only one buffet that I've been to in Vegas that was actually decent. All of the other ones are all dog shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious, right? Because that's what they want to feed everyone. There's fucking huge lines of fat people walking into those buffets.
And the only decent one I've been to was, I don't remember the name, it was quite expensive. It was like $150.
Well, yeah.
The cheap ones are only $50.
Yeah.
The weekly momentum is now starting to flip back up. And we're putting in some regular bullish divergence right here because we're making lower lows on price, but we're making higher lows on momentum. The way to confirm that bullish divergence is if we close above $125.65. That would, since we have multiple drives of regular bullish divergence, this is a weekly, likely takes us back up to our current cycle highs, about 200 and was that 265? About 227. And that, even after confirmation, is a 71% move to the upside. I'd personally wait for the confirmation. Because right now, if you were not wait for the confirmation, you're trading against the trend. The trend is to the downside. Yeah. Trend is your friend until the end. Right now on the 5 day as well, momentum is starting to pick back up. Volatility is still to the downside, giving you a target of the median. Median is not that far off from where we are right now. It's sitting at about $121. Ideally, we can close over the median and that high of 126, and that would confirm our hidden bullish divergences on the weekly and send us, or regular bullish divergences and send us back up to 227. 2 days kind of rejecting the positive area right now on momentum, is right at the moving average. This is going to be a confirmation of breakdown if we were to close below this 38.2%, which is also at that $110 area. Same number keeps coming back up. Very, very significant area. And as of right now, momentum is volatility is to the upside. So if we were to lose that area, we get a confirmed momentum breakdown with volatility expansion. And that's likely taking us pretty low and aggressively low. And the first target is going to be around $86. Don't hold that, then switch to a slightly higher time frame to get another number. That's going to take us towards high 60s to low 70s. 5 days pointing up. Let's go down to the daily. Now the daily is also losing the 38.2%, where momentum is in the bearish control zone. Volatility is pointed up. What we want to see is not close below this candle's low right here at about $112.80. Close below that, then we're very likely going to go towards $100, somewhere around 105, 110. It's going to be our last piece of hopium for bulls to step in. They don't hold that $105 area, this shit's really about to break down. But if they can manage to bounce at $105, close over 126, you'll have many drives of hidden bullish divergences. You'll have swing failure patterns. Basically, all the stars aligned to hit our current cycle highs.
By just not closing under the 112 like that candle, because it looks like right now it wants to go there
if
at the moment.
You close above 105.
Got it.
The closing below 112 is what takes you to 105.
Got
and
it.
then if you hold 105, then you should see a pretty strong bounce from there, and ideally over 126 to confirm our divergences. Then we'd have a pretty high probability move to our current highs. If we say we bounce off 105 but fail to close over 126, it's not bearish, but we haven't confirmed the bullish move.
Got it.
4 hour is now rejecting the bullish control zone, starting to point down. Volatility is still contracting while momentum is pointing down, which is slightly bullish. We want to see if momentum has to be down. We want to see it on the back of contracting volatility. We're now dropped below 15% again on volatility, sitting at 13%. We should expect, since we have a rejection of the median, to come back down and test this 38.2%. Right now, that sits at about $110. Same number once again. So it seems everything is pointing towards us hitting somewhere around $110 to $105. And that's the area where if we are assuming we're still bullish, that's what we'll hold as our next macro low. Because if you don't hold that $105 area, it's going to break down at the high time frames, and then it's likely going significantly below $100. How could Orange Man do this?
It's because he rang the bell. He rang the bell, and this little bell, very nice bell.
Seen a lot of bells. But the one whenever I ring the bell marks a cycle top.
Yeah.
All right, let's check out the monthly on the RSI. So sombering detail right here. We do, quarter 6 month. We have confirmed drive of bearish divergence off of our current closing highs. You could, I guess, argue that it's kind of played out because we're very close to tapping that 100, that 9 EMA. 9 EMA, what do you know? It's at $110. Makes it a very, very significant area around that $110 area to $105. Confirmation of more down on this bearish divergence is that we get a close below $93.12. That's going to bring us down towards this 21 EMA. Right now, the 21 EMA sits at about $79-80. From our all-time highs of 227, that's quite the dump. It's about 65% to the downside. That's a bear market move. I guess by traditional terms, this is already in a bear market. Because traditional terms, anything more than 20% down from all-time highs is considered bear market. This is currently down about 50% from its all-time highs. So by boomer standpoint, it's already in a bear market. By crypto standpoint,
Nvidia be too?
I think Nvidia also is technically in a bear market.
Yeah.
And then the invalidation of that bearish divergence is going to be a close over $187.28. Same number as before. Close over that, then we likely go towards the critical zone. And right now the critical zone sits at about $376. And the edge of the bullish control zone as well lines right up to this 9 EMA in my bias of right around $102. So where I'm targeting somewhere around $105 to $110. 3 month as well, confirmed bearish divergence. We're right at the neutral zone. Neutral zone sits at $103, very close to that $105 number. Confirmation of lower on this move is going to be a close below $93 once again, and that's going to send us towards this 55 EMA. That's even lower than the number we looked at before, sitting at right around $70. Maybe it'll rise up a little bit on this next open to somewhere around 75. So the monthly is giving us possible hidden bullish divergence because momentum did go significantly lower than all of these points, while price action made the higher low. As of now, we have a higher low. Could change. Maybe we'll make a lower low. But if we confirm this as a higher low, the way to confirm that is to close over $144.12. This will put in 1, 2, 3, 4 drives of hidden bullish divergence, which very likely send us up towards our current cycle highs, along with expanding volatility from about 2%. Possible hidden bullish divergence on the 2-week as well, because we're making lower momentum than all of these points while making a higher low. Confirmation of that divergence would be a close over $131.71. Well, it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4 drives of hidden bullish divergence off the back of expanding volatility from about 15%, takes us up very likely towards 227. Weekly as well, possible hidden bullish divergence. Confirmation about close above 131.71. It's just like on Bitcoin though. Just because there's possible divergence there doesn't mean anything without a local top or a local bottom. Where Bitcoin has possible bearish divergence, there's no local top, so there's no divergence confirmed.
Indeed.
5-day as well, making possible hidden bullish divergence. We'd have to close above same number, 131.71, to confirm it. 3-day has confirmed 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence off this lower high. We've rejected the 200. We're retesting it many times, rejecting it every time. Confirmation of continuation on this divergence is going to be a close below 112.80, which is a little bit higher than that 110 number. But I feel like what's going to happen though is that it never just confirms it by a little bit. It usually overshoots it. So if this is going to confirm, we likely do close below 110. And the next target on the divergence is going to be the critical zone. And the critical zone is a little bit low right now, so I do expect it to change. Or maybe just go straight there and it's even more bearish than I thought, because the critical zone is sitting at $52.50. Watch it go even lower. And I'm talking about how it'll go up.
Nah, it does feel like it should find a bottom now. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah, around 110 is what I think is going to be the bottom. 105 to 110.
Right now on the my meme line, if you must know, at 1.7. You'll see.
Oh, very close. Very close.
To your bias.
Very close
your
to my bias.
And my
so I like it. I like it. I agree with your bias, sir.
And I agree with yours. Holy shit.
Muchas gracias, senor. That's a good hombre right there. Like how Orange Man says, bad hombres. It's a good hombre. On the 2-day, we have several drives of confirmed hidden bearish divergence, confirming a further move to the downside if we close below 112.80, same number as before. That'll bring us down. First target of the bearish control zone, which right now, bearish control zone fits my bias, $104.70. The critical zone, however, does not fit my bias. Critical zone sits at $50. So we'll just close our eyes to that critical zone as of right now, because it doesn't fit my bias. Daily as well has many drives of hidden bearish divergence confirmed. Hopium though is that we're forming some inverse head and shoulders on the RSI. The target of this divergence, if we lose 112.80, is going to be right about $108.55. Fits my bias. If we bounce there, it will confirm this inverse head and shoulders. That takes us up towards the critical zone. Right now, the critical zone sits at about $163. Still not all-time highs. That's pretty wild that you can move up all the way to the critical zone on a daily and you will still be significantly below your all-time highs. It shows you how much of a dumpski this thing has gotten. 4-hour has now put in a fresh 3 drives of bearish divergence. We're at 1, 2, 3 off of this high right here, from this high and this high, where the continuation of that divergence would be losing 112. Was it 112.80? Yeah, 112.80. That would take you towards the critical zone. Right now, the critical zone sits at $106.41. My bias likes that. My bias is about to cream its pants. Force of habit, I almost typed in USDT.
Of course. That's actually, when I looked it up, I was like, how fucking amazing that in stocks you don't have to look up that retarded thing.
Yeah, because they just assume you're comparing it to the dollar.
Yeah.
Is there an AMD shitcoin? Let's see.
I'm sure there. I am 99% certain there is.
There probably is. It's just not listed on a major exchange. And TradingView only lists the ones that are on major exchanges.
Fucking trading. You can suck my nuts. Not just.
They have another one that lists basically everything. I forgot what it's called. Dex Tools. Yeah, that one has all of the shit, the absolute shit of the shit coins.
Mm.
And it's free as well. You don't need a membership to use it. 6 month declining volatility for many periods of 100%. We're right on the edge, just about to flip up. This confirms my bias that we're very close to our local bottom, somewhere around that $105 to $110 area, where we're going to get full volatility contraction while flipping back up on our momentum, holding the bullish control zone, and we'll continue to the upside as long as we're going to flip back up as long as we're closing over $103, which then, like the last time we flipped back up within the bullish control zone was right over here. How much of a move did we get after we did that? Let's see, just for curiosity. About 695%. It doesn't look like that much. It looks like nothing from here, but that's 695% to the upside. That's a lot. I'm just curious, how long did it take? January of 82 until 84. So about 2 years.
2 years.
7x on your money. That's not bad.
And especially back then.
Imagine telling somebody in traditional or any type of market that you could 7x your money in 2 years. They'd be like, stop smoking the crack. I believe 7xing your money in real estate takes like a decade or so, maybe.
Well, if you're a fucking rookie, I mean, with all due respect to anyone, that's probably what he does for. If you're a retard, bought cash, bought at the top, and waited, basically, if you buy nice real estate, dude, I mean, the first piece of property I sold it 3 years later, and I made on cash a 3x, and on leverage, you multiply that times 4.
Sheesh, 12x.
And then you get to keep all of that fucking money and roll it into the next
1031 exchange, motherfuckers.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like, yeah.
I wish I could 1031 exchange my crypto gains.
I wish I could 1031 exchange my life.
Exactly. 1031 exchange the wife. I didn't say that.
Sorry.
On the quarterly, we are expanding on our volatility. We're just at the edge, just getting very close to volatility contraction, while momentum is starting to flip down, rejecting the bullish control zone, about to break back into the bearish control zone. Not a good sign, and we're pointed down as long as we're below $181. But if we do get volatility contraction off the back of that momentum to the downside, not as bad. Then it'll make it more likely that we flip up at 100 or we bounce at $105 to $110. If we get volatility continuing to expand while we flip down, then it's probably fucked, to put it in French. Monthly is getting volatility expansion, which is kind of giving you a bad sign for the quarterly because momentum is pointed down below $169. Beautiful number. 2 week is pointed down with volatility expansion below $121. Weekly is pointed down with hopium is volatility is contracting though. If we lose that 105 area though, you're going to get volatility expansion with momentum to the downside, and that's where you probably get a nice Nagasaki setup. Maybe it aligns with the Nagasaki setup in real time in Taiwan. Who knows? Momentum is going to be to the downside as long as we're below $117.60. 5 days struggling to flip back up, still technically below the pivot with volatility contracting, and momentum is going to be to the downside below 115.75. So if we do see momentum flip back up and volatility is still contracting, it's not going to be a good sign for the bulls because it's going to tell you that we're likely just to get another corrective bounce before we go lower. 2 days now expanding on volatility with momentum still to the downside, rejecting getting out of the critical zone, and it's pointed down as long as we're below $118.50. Daily is getting volatility expansion as well, fresh volatility expansion with momentum rejecting getting out of bearish control zone and pointed down as long as we're below $115.88. And 4 hour is now freshly turning down on momentum with volatility contracting, and we're pointed down as long as we're below $117.27. So basically every single time frame right now is pointed to the downside.
even the monthly, the quarterly, I believe the 6 month as well is pointed down. And the 6 month is the only one that's pointed up. That's the only time frame right now that's bullish. Where right now, what my bias is telling me, along with a whole bunch of different setups, including the HPDR, the moving averages, the divergences, the somewhere around 105 to 110 is high probability of being what do you call it, a macro low, or at the very least a local bottom. Very likely bounce from there. If we confirm that as the macro low, then we're going to confirm hidden bullish divergences and likely takes us up. Many drives of hidden bullish divergences takes us up towards our current cycle highs at 227. If we lose that 105 area, though, we're going to get volatility expansion to the downside, and we're likely breaking significantly below $100. Somewhere around $80 to $70 is going to be the first stop. If we don't reclaim 118 after that bounce, then we're likely going to break to $50. But as of right now, my bias is that somewhere between 105 to 110 is going to hold as our next macro low, and then especially since the 6 month and the 3 month volatility are basically fully contracted, and that likely takes us up towards our cycle highs.
Fucking swell, my son. Is there anything you'd like to add? That's basically 4 hours.
I think I'm good. Buenas tardes, amigos.
All right. Well, enjoy yourself out there. Eat delicious food and take care. I'll talk to you in a bit.
I just had a delicious Mexican omelet with some queso Oaxaca.
You piece of shit. You enjoy out there. Have a good one, dude. Thank you so much.
One, sir.
Bye. Ok. AMD, damas y caballeros, compañía de chipsets. Vean ok. Vamos a empezar en temporalidades altas y después le damos a las chicas. Ok. Estamos viendo esto en AMD. Es muy parecido a esto a Bitcoin 2021, ¿se acuerdan? Nada más, obviamente, esto es una empresa y no simplemente una criptomoneda, donde hemos hecho altos, altos más altos, altos más altos, altos más altos y obviamente bajos, bajos más altos y bajos más altos. La pregunta del siglo ahora con lo que estamos viendo es, ¿para arriba o para abajo? ¿Qué nos da más probabilidades en este momento? Y también tenemos que tener en mente esto. ¿Cuánto fue el bajón que dio AMD acá? Fue un bajón de 66%. ¿Cuánto fue el bajón que dio AMD acá? 50%. ¿Dónde sería un 66%? Para poder igualar, básicamente para igualar el bajón que dio en el mercado del 2021, en el bear market del 2022, tendría que caer a 75. Pero en lo que estamos viendo AMD también nos damos cuenta que tenemos no solamente estructuras alcistas, pero nuestros promedios están de acuerdo en orden. Lo único que estamos viendo es que perdimos el promedio del 9, nos ha rechazado en la de 3 meses. Volatilidad simplemente está rebotando y ahora está contrayendo. Está por debajo del promedio, lo pueden ver, por lo que no tenemos nada por acá. Vamos a la mensual. Mensual empezamos a tener un poco de expansión en volatilidad del punto, por encima del 15%, es correcto, el 15% está justamente acá. Acá está. Y vamos para, va a la alza por ahora nuestra volatilidad. Vamos a ver qué está pasando. Y eso está en rojo, damas y caballeros. Vamos a ver si se pela o si no. La pregunta que tiene todo el mundo es, ¿esto va a continuar cayendo o nos vamos a aguantar acá y poder continuar a la alza? Porque ya ha caído un 50%, que es bastante. Vemos que tenemos el 9, el 21, están cambiando de lugar justamente en la zona de los 133 y tenemos nuestro promedio del 34 en los 123. Interesante. Junto con nuestro promedio del 55 en la mensual en los 109. 109, acuérdense de eso. Dos semanas también tenemos esa expansión de volatilidad justamente por acá en esta zona. Vamos a ver qué está pasando en rojo. Vamos a ver cómo continúa esto, si este setup de volatilidad a la baja va a continuar o si algo va a cambiar. Simplemente por momentum nosotros creemos que hay una alta posibilidad de que vayamos a encontrar nuestro fondo por acá, pero todo puede cambiar, ¿no? Simplemente rompiendo ciertos niveles y ahorita vamos a platicar de cuáles exactamente. Pero por ahora tienes AMD también amenazando con un cruce plateado a la baja. Tienes el promedio del 9, abajo del 55, abajo del 34 y abajo del 21. Y es donde queremos poner atención. Nos está rechazando también el EMA 100 en los 115. Esta es la zona donde queremos hacer un nuevo alto. Lo que no queremos perder es simplemente esto acá. Si perdemos los 112.67, ¿cuál es oficialmente? 112.80. Si perdemos eso simplemente con esta vela 112.98, básicamente diríamos, olvídalo y probablemente vayamos a visitar la zona de los 106, 109 dólares. Semanal, volatilidad está contrayendo, no está diciendo nada y estamos justamente lo mismo que en la de 2 semanas con el promedio del 100, ahora con el S&P 200 y queremos retomarlo. Definitivamente lo que estamos buscando si somos alcistas es no barrer este wick. Si barremos este wick, tenemos más camino a la baja. Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja que se está dando acá. Este cruce plateado está en efecto completo por ahora, empujando el precio de AMD a la baja. Estamos haciendo en estas tendencias altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos y obviamente también bajos más bajos, bajos más bajos, bajos más bajos. La pregunta es, ¿cuándo vamos a romper esta tendencia? Bueno, esta tendencia se rompe una vez que podamos aguantar acá y podamos subir por encima de los 133, 134. Este punto es crítico para el precio de AMD porque empezarías a formar bajos más altos y altos más altos que este de los 131. 5 días en AMD. Un segundo, acabo de pintar como idiota. Bueno, cada quien pinta como puede. No puedo acabar ese. Ok, volatilidad contrayendo, tenemos cruce plateado a la baja. Igual, estamos ante el S&P 200 justamente aquí abajo y nos está rechazando por ahora. Nos faltan 4 días y 3 horas para cerrar esta vela, así que todavía hay tiempo. Y una vez más, nuestros promedios acá son lo que van a dictar absolutamente todo. 3 días. Podemos ver que tienes esta vela que puede ser nuestra primera vela de reversión. Recuerda, esta fue fallida y nos tuvimos esto. Por eso estamos diciendo, si tienes un cierre por debajo de esta vela, va a haber continuación a la baja. Por ahora creemos nosotros que AMD está cerca de su fondo antes de rebotar a la alza. Igual y estamos completamente mal, simplemente por momentum. En tendencia, simplemente tendencia, esto se ve bajista y no hay nada que lo esté cambiando. Simplemente es cosa de volteas a ver esta línea meme que debería en teoría de aguantar, solo la ha tocado 2 veces el precio desde el 2022. Este fue el fondo del mercado, este fue el retesteo para después darle empujada a la alza y justamente acá también debería de ser donde encontremos un fondo. Si no encontramos un fondo en esta zona, estás hablando de, ahora sí, irte a los 72 dólares. Pero por ahora, vamos a la diaria. Vamos a poner nuestra volatilidad está expandiendo justamente con esta caída, ese es el problema, que esto continúa a la baja. Entonces, si eres alcista en AMD, ¿qué es lo que estás buscando? ¿Qué es lo que quieres? Simplemente lo primero sería aguantar esto, sería clave. Si puedes aguantar esto todavía aún mejor, te da mucha más preferencia y más probabilidades de que vayas a simplemente continuar creando bajos más altos. Y este empezó a crear estructura acá y ahora vas a crear un alto más alto por encima de los 120, etcétera. Pero, llegas a barrer esto, si tu línea meme, esta diagonal no aguanta, básicamente ahí se cocina el pavo y vas a tener que ir a recoger AMD por ahí de los 73 dólares, algo así, que es lo que nos daría un movimiento similar al que vivimos en el 2022 con AMD, y ahí lo tienen. Esto todavía es estructura bajista. Tu confirmación alcista tristemente está por ahí de los 100. Puedes ver que está aquí el promedio de los 100, en los 135. Habíamos hablado en la de 2 semanas y las demás promedios importantes estando en los 133, 134. Queremos poder subir arriba de 135, tener cierres por encima del promedio del 100. La diaria, si podemos hacer eso, hemos cambiado completamente la estructura de esto y empieza a verse muy, muy bien. ¿Ok? Si no, esto continúa para abajo. Tranquilos, no se me pongan, no se me alboroten, paso a paso cada una de estas cosas. Y con eso podemos acabar el en vivo, en directo del día de hoy. Interesante mercado, fuertes rebotes, obviamente el cambio de las transiciones de las tarifas de Trump, que fue lo que estábamos viendo al principio del show. Habían tarifas, ahora posponen las tarifas, se arregló el problema, bla, bla, bla. Y esto es parte de análisis técnico. ¿Crees que eres una riata haciendo análisis técnico? Prepárate a pelear con las órdenes ejecutivas de Donald Trump, tío. Con mucho cuidado, les mando un fuerte abrazo y ahorita nos vemos. Vamos a hacer varios videos de lo que está pasando, estructura económica, dónde tomar ventajas en esta situación y en este tipo de entornos. y donde va a haber muchas oportunidades para todos nosotros que estemos interesados en generar más, crecer nuestro patrimonio, etcétera. Les mando un fuerte abrazo. Gracias a todos ustedes por estar aquí conmigo. Pórtense mal y nos vemos pronto. Para los que quieren, recuerden que está aquí abajo nuestro enlace para el Discord. Absolutamente gratis, vénganse a apoyar de todos esos cracks que están ahí y cualquier cosa, ahí también está elitetradingacademy.us. Nunca les voy a escribir, nunca les voy a mandar un mensaje, nunca les voy a pedir que me manden dinero, ni que les voy a dar un deal de nada, se los prometo, todo es público y todas las transacciones siempre son públicas. Por el amor de Dios, no caigan en estafas. Pórtense bien. Gracias.